President, real wages, real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker have been stagnant for the last 50 years, despite a huge increase in worker productivity. And today, all across this country, you have workers working for 11, 12, 13 bucks an hour, working for starvation wages. Some of them are actually sleeping in their cars. Now, how does this budget resolution address the crises facing working families? Well, at a time when many workers are struggling to find affordable housing, what this budget will do is cut back on housing programs, making it harder for working people to get decent housing. It will cut funding for low-income and affordable housing. So it makes life more difficult for millions of working families. Madam President, at a time when 22% of our seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year, and that's really quite shocking. It's something we don't talk about, something that we don't deal with here in Congress. Can you imagine a senior citizen trying to survive on $15,000 a year, when seniors need additional health care, when seniors need to keep their homes warmer? They have all kinds of issues trying to get by on $15,000 a year. 22% of seniors are in that position. Half of seniors are trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. So how does this legislation, this budget, help seniors? What does it do for seniors? Well, it makes it a bad situation much worse. This legislation, this budget, will make it much harder for seniors to receive the care they desperately need in nursing homes. In Vermont, and I expect in most states in this country, we have a major nursing home crisis. Nursing homes are shutting down. Harder and harder for people to get into nursing homes. Well, when you cut Medicaid by $880 billion, you're going to make it much, much harder for seniors to access nursing homes, because 2 out of 3 seniors are dependent upon Medicaid to get into nursing homes. This legislation would also cut back on nutrition programs for seniors at a time when many seniors are having a hard time affording the food that they need. And maybe worst of all, at a moment when Mr. Musk and his billionaire friends are laying off thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration, closing down Social Security offices all over the country, making it harder for people with disabilities and older people to get the benefits that they have paid into for their whole lives. This bill does nothing to address that crisis. Madam President, we right now, embarrassingly, have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. A little bit embarrassing. We're the richest country on the face of the earth. We have more income and wealth inequality than any other country. We're seeing a significant growth in the number of billionaires we have, but in terms of our kids, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation. Now, how would this budget impact our children? Well, it would make a bad situation even worse by throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have. That's what happens when you cut Medicaid by hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. This budget would cut nutrition programs that 1 out of every 5 children depend upon. Amazingly, sadly, in America, a lot of kids go to school hungry, and this legislation would cut nutrition programs. Furthermore, for working families, this legislation would do nothing to address the outrageously high cost of child care in America. And by the way, it would make devastating cuts to education, I think significantly in working class communities. Madam President, it is no secret to anybody that our current health care system is far and away the most expensive in the world. We spend about twice as much per capita on health care as almost any other nation. Most Americans understand and deal with the reality every day that our health care system is dysfunctional. It takes forever to get a deal with the insurance companies and get your claims processed. It is extremely cruel. A significant number of people who are struggling with cancer end up going bankrupt because they cannot afford the outrageous cost of the hospital care that they have received. So what does this budget do to address our broken and dysfunctional health care system? Well, hard to believe, but it makes a terrible situation even worse. By cutting Medicaid by up to $880 billion, this legislation could force as many as 36 million Americans off the health care that they currently have. Now, right now, we've got 85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured. That number would soar. So you have low-income working people, don't have a lot of money. What happens when they get sick? We lose 60,000 people a year right now, despite Medicaid, who don't go to a doctor when they should because they can't afford to. This budget would make that situation much, much worse. And at a time when we have a massive crisis in primary health care, not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough mental health counselors, not enough primary care facilities where people can get into a doctor when they need. By cutting Medicaid, this legislation would make access to community health centers, something that I've worked on for a very long time, make it harder for people to access community health centers because community health centers are highly dependent on Medicaid for their funding. Madam President, virtually every scientist who has studied the issue has made it clear that climate change is an existential threat to our planet. And I understand that the current President of the United States thinks that it is a hoax originating in China, but that is not what 99.5% of the scientists who study the issue believe. And as we look around and see year after year becoming warmer, the last 10 years, warmest on record, when we see the terrible flooding and drought and extreme weather disturbances taking place in our country and all over the world, the American people understand that climate change is all too real and is having devastating impacts on our lives. So, what does this legislation do to address the extraordinary crisis that we face in terms of climate change? Well, hard to believe, but it makes a bad situation even worse by opening up vast swaths of public land to big oil companies so they can drill, baby, drill. And it opens up public lands to more and more oil companies. Brilliant. We face an existential threat, and this legislation makes that threat even worse. Well, it seems to me, Madam President, that instead of passing this absurd budget proposal, we should move in exactly the opposite direction that this proposal takes us. Instead of making life more difficult for the working class of our country, instead of rewarding the billionaire campaign contributors who fund many, many campaigns around here, maybe, just maybe, we should represent the needs of our constituents, the working families of this country. And one of the ways that we could do it is by raising the minimum wage to a living wage. I know that is around here a very radical idea. Imagine that. We raise the minimum wage, which is today at the federal level $7.25 an hour. So we're going to be offering an amendment to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $17 an hour. And maybe instead of making it harder for working families to find affordable housing, maybe, just maybe, we should build millions of units of low-income affordable housing. Maybe, just maybe, instead of making it harder for families to access child care, we should make it easier and more affordable. And maybe instead of cutting Medicaid by $880 billion, maybe instead of doing that, we should do what virtually every other major nation on earth does, and that is understand that health care is a human right, that every man, woman, and child is entitled to health care as a human being. And we can do that by passing a Medicare for All single-payer program. The function of a health care system should not be to make the insurance companies and the drug companies much wealthier. It should be to provide quality health care in a cost-effective way to all of our people. So there you go. What we have is a budget proposal in front of us which makes bad situations much worse and does virtually nothing to protect the needs of working families. But what it does do, of course, is reward wealthy campaign contributors by providing over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. You know, I'm going to vote against this proposal, that's for sure. And I wish my Republican friends the best of luck when they go home, if they dare to hold town meetings and explain to their constituents why they think at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, it's a great idea to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid and education and other programs that working families desperately need. I do wish them the very best of luck as they go forward in that way. Madam President, with that, I would yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, our country has had some pretty severe economic challenges of late. I'm not talking about the recent stock market losses, although those are quite important for someone with a 401k. I'm talking about how real Americans, average Americans, feel as if the American dream of home ownership, of buying a new car or truck, buying their child a car, affording a student loan, is just slipping out of their grasp. We saw this fear during the Biden administration when inflation was so high, the Federal Reserve increased interest rates, and as these interest rates rose, so did consumer interest rates on all sorts of things, directly impacting the ability of a family to realize the American dream. This speech is about how do we preserve that ability of Americans to achieve that dream, and how what we are doing today, tonight, in this Congress directly impacts that. Now, it may seem pretty distant to someone watching from home, but it does directly impact that. How much money the federal government borrows, how much this budget resolution leads to increased indebtedness, that sounds abstract, but it impacts your ability to buy that home, to buy that car, to attend that school. And some of the process discussions that normally wouldn't work, how does Congress do this, how does it do that, if you're not in Congress, they're actually extremely important to this discussion of how much we are going to borrow and how much we are going to enable Americans in Louisiana, the state I'm privileged to represent, and elsewhere, achieve their dream. let me explain. As our country borrows more money, so we pass something and our debt explodes. And as our country has to borrow money to pay for that debt, it begins to compete with businesses, with individuals, with families, as they also go out and try and borrow money. Now, the federal government's always going to get the first amount, and it is going to be the others who have to pay more to compete. And paying more means you pay more for your mortgage, you pay more for your car note, you pay more for your student loan interest rate. The only way to keep this from happening is for the federal government to live within its means. I think the inflation of the last 4 years is one of the principal reasons the American people tossed Joe Biden out and they put Donald Trump back into the White House. The Biden administration did not live within its means, borrowed a lot of money, drove up interest rates. The American people couldn't afford that which they expected to be able to buy. They voted for change. Now, President Trump understands this. When he spoke to Congress last month, spoke of renewal of the American dream. And in that speech about renewing the American dream, he spoke about having a balanced budget. He understands, he desires, he sees the connection between living within our means and making it good for fellow Americans. And by the way, I agree with him. I agree that balancing the federal budget is key to preserving that dream. So why is this important now? Our country, right now, not tomorrow, right now, is $36 trillion in debt. $36 trillion with a T. And if we do nothing, if all we do is status quo, continue on the path we're on, it is estimated we will add $21 trillion to that indebtedness over the next 10 years. Now, what about today? We're going to vote on a budget resolution tonight. If we vote on that budget resolution and it leads to a reconciliation bill which is not paid for, we will add another $5 to $11 trillion. On top of that, 36 trillion plus 21 trillion, we could end up with 65 to almost $70 trillion of indebtedness 10 years from now if we don't do that right. I'm a doctor. I'm going to borrow a term from medicine. I'm going to adapt it, if you will. That would be congressional malpractice. We do not want to be guilty of congressional malpractice. Now, at some point, the problem begins to build upon itself. Currently, a fifth of tax revenue is used to pay interest on the debt. 20% of all the money the federal government gets is right now being used to pay interest on the debt. That is more than we spend on national defense. I'm going to repeat that one. Right now, we're paying more, paying back people who lent us money, than we're paying to protect our country and to pay the troops who are doing so. There's a historian, Niall Ferguson, who says that when a country is spending more on debt service than on defending itself, that is the mark of a country in decline. Current Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent made a similar point in a Fox News op-ed. He wrote that, quote, America's next security crisis is lurking in our pocketbooks, that our escalating debt crisis hurts national security in three key ways. It diminishes our financial surge capacity. It robs our private sector of capital for productive investment, and it imperils America's preeminent role in international financial markets. Well, Scott Bessent is now Secretary Bessent, and he is right. The debt is a threat to our national security and to the economic security of the American family. By the way, families know this. You might be in Caddo Parish, Louisiana, you might be in Covington, Louisiana, but they've learned to live within their means, and we should learn something from those Louisiana families. So let's discuss the budget resolution before us. Now, to be sure, this resolution only sets up a discussion of a reconciliation bill. And the reconciliation bill is where we actually establish how much is spent and where it should be spent. Nevertheless, this budget resolution points in a direction and establishes certain parameters. Now, at this point, I'm going to discuss a little bit about process. And there's been a lot of debate in Washington about using current policy versus current law as baseline in this budget resolution. Now, current policy has never been used as baseline involving this much money and in a reconciliation bill. And I'm going to show a chart here. In this chart, this is the years over here. This is 2025 going all the way out to 2055. And this is how much our debt is as a percent of our tax revenue. And you can see that if this is what the Congressional Budget Office says is our current trajectory, that in 2055 we'll have a debt to GDP ratio of about 156%, that under what we're looking at could increase that to 211 to 230%. So this is the trajectory on, which is not great. But if all we do is what we're doing today without any effort to offset it, we would increase this 210 to 230%. Now, somewhere around 174%, the economists say we're in trouble. To borrow a gastroenterological term, I'm a gastroenterologist, we're in deep doo-doo. And in that is what we have to worry about. Now, I've discussed this extensively with my Senate colleagues. I'm pleased to say there is a commitment from President Trump and the White House to work with senators to go through the budget line by line to see where there can be savings. The White House and Congress have committed to working together to decrease the regulatory hassle that keeps a business from starting a new venture, to create more jobs, to hire more people, to give them better salaries. Let's cut that red tape and allow those businesses and those workers to achieve their potential. And doing so increases revenue. When people are making more money, they pay more taxes. Clearly, the president's working hard now to make the government work more efficiently, again, which saves us money. I have been assured that there is a commitment in other ways to pay for the eventual reconciliation bill. Now, I am not saying that I think that it is better that we use current policy as baseline. It's never been done before in a setting like this. I think it establishes a dangerous precedent. It might be within the rules to do so, but it doesn't mean it's wise to do so. And as a conservative, I know sometimes that even if you can open Pandora's box, it's better not to. Put differently, just because you can doesn't mean you should. But it appears we're going to do that. Also, using current policy as baseline should not suggest to us that the current tax code is perfect. I would say far from it. According to publicly available information, Jeff Bezos, the second richest man in the world, got a child tax credit several years ago. Now, tax credits for children are supposed to go to middle-income and lower-income families, not to the second richest man in the world. I hope as we go through this, we can modify that. Let the dollars go where they're needed, not to someone who is obviously wealthier than any of us put together. All that said, this vote's not taking place in a vacuum. It's taking place when the stock market has had 2 successive days of greater than 1,500 points decline. This kind of crashing stock market creates uncertainty, which makes companies less likely to invest, which makes it less likely that new jobs will be created. And creating new, good-paying jobs is essential to that individual, that family, enjoying the American dream. Upon consideration, and given the commitment from leadership, I would say that not passing this budget resolution could increase the uncertainty in the economy, and that is something I do not wish to do. And given the commitment from leadership to pay for this bill by a variety of mechanisms, whether it is from within the reconciliation vehicle or outside of that process, and once more, the need to reestablish confidence among those creating jobs, I will vote for this budget resolution. And as we move on from this budget resolution to the reconciliation bill, I will look to make sure that we are truly paying for it and addressing the national debt. And to that end, let me kind of mention something as an aside. No, not as an aside, as directly impacting this conversation. I encourage the use of America's abundance as a way to increase the possibility of Americans achieving the American dream and as a way to also help pay for the government we now have. One example, I applaud President Trump for advocating greater exploration of oil and gas on federal lands. This creates great paying jobs. It is a tax base for communities, and it generates significant revenue for the federal government. Not by raising taxes, and it doesn't cut benefits, but by exploiting, if you will, in a positive way, the resources we have to produce that which is essential to living a modern life. I have also proposed in other settings other solutions that can address our nation's indebtedness without raising taxes or cutting benefits. Again, I've spoken to these in the past. I will speak to them in the future. I want America to be great for all Americans, that we can all live to the limits of our God-given gifts. Creating opportunity is part of this. My hope, my expectation, is that through this process we are currently in, we will create more opportunity for every American to express his or her God-given gifts and to achieve the American dream. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, are we in a quorum?
We are not.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Social Security is under attack. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge are revving up their chainsaw and coming after America's earned Social Security benefits. They are cutting staff, slashing services, closing offices, and lying about the program. 10 days from now, the Doge chainsaw is threatening to cut phone services at the Social Security Administration. Cutting the phone services at the Social Security Administration, jeopardizing benefits that seniors earned through a lifetime of work. In 2023, do you know how many people died waiting for their Social Security benefits? 30,000. 30,000 Americans. What do we think now about doing away with 1-800 phone service, and what will that do to wait times that are already too long? Yesterday, I just decided to get on and to dial 1-800 and just see how long it would take for a United States Senator to be able to connect with the Social Security Administration. It was a half hour, it was an hour, and then they just said, there's at least a 2-hour wait. Well, for Grandma and Grandpa, we just don't want them waiting a couple of hours or more in order to get the information they need about, for most of them, or a lot of them, the only check in their life, the only thing that keeps them with the capacity to be able to pay for the groceries, the rent, or even for the phone service. But at the Social Security Administration, over the last 8 weeks, it's now 1-800, dial the number, and then just wait. So the administration is then forcing people to, instead of being able to use the phone, they're saying, get online, Grandma. And then Grandma is saying, oh, you know what? I forgot to take that computer course 30 years ago, and I'm 88 now. But they're saying, you got to learn how to go online, Grandma. Or else no Social Security benefits because we're cutting off the phone service. Or drive. Just get out there in the car. And some of the Social Security offices are a couple hundred miles away from people. But that's the plan. We're 10 days away from that being put into place. And that's even if the field office is still open for Social Security, because they're planning on cutting the field offices as well, just for people to be able to access their earned benefits. And why is this happening? Well, because of the lie that Social Security is rife with fraud. That is a lie just like claims of fraud made by President Trump when he said someone was listed in the Social Security system at age 360. So let me say that again. He claimed someone was 360 years old, older not just than the entire Social Security program, but older than the United States of America, because that person would have had to have been born in 1659. But yet Trump and Musk are lying in order to undermine, in order to discredit the entire Social Security infrastructure in our country. Now, a federal judge called Doge's fraud-finding mission at the Social Security Administration, quote, and they called it a fishing expedition, based on little more than suspicion with no evidence at all that had been presented by the Trump administration that there was massive fraud inside the Social Security Administration. And we heard him at the State of the Union address as he's up there talking about people 200 years old, 300 years old, and it turns out that none of it was true. Trump was using the State of the Union address just to lie to the American people about Social Security. Now, why would he do that? Why would he lie to seniors in our country? Why would he lie to people with disabilities? Because, very simply, the Republican Party from 1935 on opposed the Social Security system from being put into place in the first place. They harbor an ancient animosity towards Social Security. They actually didn't support putting Medicare on the books. They harbor an ancient animosity towards all of these programs. And now they feel that their time has come to undermine, to discredit, And instead of giving Americans a level playing field, the administration is hurling curveballs at grandma, curveballs at grandpa, and we're already seeing the effects on Social Security benefits. Recently, a young woman contacted my office because her disability case, which had already been delayed by previous Social Security cuts, is now halted. Halted. Woman with disabilities. This woman was homeless, had a young child to care for while she struggled to afford a place to live without benefits. And my office is contacted on a daily basis by people just like that, by senior citizens who are terrified that they will lose the earned benefits they rely on to eat and to keep a roof over their heads. So instead of helping millions of Americans navigate life's transitions, this administration is implementing a roadmap to ruin for the Social Security Administration. And what's that roadmap? Very simple. First, lie about fraud in the program with no evidence to undermine the public confidence in the Social Security system. Second, use those lies as an excuse to hollow out Social Security and to cut benefits. And third, raise the retirement age and privatize Social Security, handing your benefits over to Wall Street, making the billionaires richer and our seniors poorer. Can you imagine if the Republican playbook had been put in place during the George W. Bush administration, which was to put all of this money out into the market? There would be seniors all across our nation having a Pepto-Bismol moment in the marketplace, wondering what was happening to their life savings. So that was the program that they tried to put in place during the George W. Bush's administration. It still is the plan, but we should not, in fact, fall for that because we can't trust the markets to guarantee the returns which seniors are going to need in order to have a predictable and safe retirement. Social Security isn't a budget line, it's a lifeline. And for too many of the people who are advocating for privatization, GOP really stands for get old people. That's the plan. If you kick them in the heart, you're going to break your toe. It's a lifeline. In Massachusetts, 1 in 5 people in Massachusetts rely upon Social Security benefits to put food on their table, to buy groceries, and to pay their bills. Here's an astounding number. 22 million Americans are dependent upon Social Security to the extent to which they would be thrown into poverty if they just missed 1 month's check. And that includes about 16 million seniors, 268,000 of whom live in my home state of Massachusetts. If you need a reminder why our seniors should never rely on Wall Street for a secure retirement, take a look at the stock market this week. Trump called Wednesday Liberation Day, but it should really be called Obliteration Day. We've seen the stock market absolutely obliterated over the past 2 days, thanks to Donald Trump. Today, the Dow dropped 2,200 points. It was the worst day for the market since 2020, and now the market has lost more than 10% of its total value over the past 2 days. Grandma and grandpa should not be trusting the casino of Wall Street for their retirement benefits. That's why we set up the Social Security system in 1935. Donald Trump has instituted a reckless trade war, and seniors are seeing their 401ks and retirements evaporate on top of his efforts to slash their health care and Social Security benefits. The only thing the Trump administration and Senate Republicans are offering our seniors is social insecurity. Mr. President, Madam President, Social Security isn't rife with fraud. It's not a Ponzi scheme, as Elon Musk called it. It isn't something that can just be turned off. Social Security is a promise we made to current and future generations who would be absolutely broke if we did not fulfill our promises to them. Republicans and DOGE are taking a sledgehammer to the benefits that are a lifeline, a true lifeline for people with disabilities, and that seniors have worked hard their whole lives in order to earn. Social Security is not an entitlement, it is an earned benefit. And Republicans haven't been able to destroy Social Security yet. There's a reason why it's called the third rail of American politics, and we're not going to allow Musk and Trump or their billionaire buddies to succeed in destroying Social Security with their lies and their cuts and their cruelty. We will not neglect the promise we made, and we will preserve security and dignified retirement for everyone. The loudest voices in this fight are those of countless Americans who simply want the government to honor its promise to retirees, to seniors, and to people with disabilities. This is not an administration that works for the American people. Trump's not going to take from the American people all at once. He's going to do it inch by inch at a time, and Trump and his billionaire enablers will inch by inch steal from the workers to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from seniors to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from children to give tax breaks to the rich, steal from those who are sick to give tax breaks for the rich, to loot all the programs that have been put on the books in order to ensure that our society is so much better than it was in 1935. And I'll tell you this, in 1900, the average age of death, life expectancy, was 48 years of age. We had gone from the Garden of Eden to 1900, life expectancy was 48 years of age. In 1900, 20% of all children died before the age of 5. And then the progressive movement put programs on the books, Social Security, vaccines, Medicare, Medicaid, Head Start, in order to make sure that everyone was able to enjoy the full benefits of our society. That is what this ancient animosity of people like Donald Trump want to rid the society of. So I just want to say Democrats will always be here, always fighting against these callous cuts and heartless efforts by Trump and Musk and the Senate Republicans. And we're going to do it on vote after vote, all night and into the morning, in order to make sure that the American people understand who is on their side. So with that, Madam President, I yield back.
Madam President,
Senator from California.
this week Donald Trump spent his time doing three things: golfing at Mar-a-Lago, announcing his latest set of tariffs that will cost families $3,800 more a year, and that are so chaotic and far-reaching that they included retaliatory tariffs on a remote island inhabited only by penguins. I kid you not. And third, advocating for cuts that would destroy the services and benefits millions rely on for their health care and retirement savings. Today, with the stock market in the tank and the nation's economy in free fall, we're expected to vote on this failed businessman's latest brilliant financial plan for the nation. So let's talk about his budget. At its very core, this bill will give massive tax cuts to billionaires and make middle-class families pay for it. Tax cuts that billionaires simply don't need. And only the billionaires and Republicans in D.C. apparently support this. But wait, the bill that will pass in the dead of night accomplishes other partisan fantasies as well. It takes away health care and goes after the heart of Social Security. It is the same old playbook. Billionaires win and families lose. And lest we forget, it's the exact same playbook
that they ran in 2017. So how exactly is this a win for billionaires? 2/3 of all of the benefits in this bill go to the super wealthy and corporations. 2/3. Over the next 30 years, this bill would spend $25 trillion, that's trillion with a T, on tax cuts for the wealthy and big corporations. It would add $37 trillion to the debt. $37 trillion. That will double the nation's debt. Double it. It will also, by the way, hand tens of millions of dollars to Elon Musk just in the next few years. So he makes out like a bandit. But if you're a family earning, I don't know, $30,000 a year, struggling to get by, or maybe $50,000 or $75,000 a year, you'll be lucky to see any tax relief from this plan. But if you're in the top 0.1%, you'll get an extra $300,000 a year at the very least. For every dollar that would go to people waiting tables or teaching at a preschool, someone in the top 0.1% would get over $52,000. That's $52,000 for every dollar that someone waiting tables or teaching at a preschool will get. To pass this bill will mean that the top 5% of earners will get nearly half of all the tax benefits. That is just not right, not fair, not wise, not sound, not sustainable. Life is already too hard for working families without taking more from them to make the rich even richer. So how is this bill a loser for families? It's a loser because it would raise costs by more than $1,000 on low-income Americans across the board, from health care to groceries to housing. Families who are already hurting and are going to be hurting more big time because of Donald Trump's massive tariff tax. Tariffs that are raising the costs of everything they buy, from coffee to the eggs they have for breakfast, to the clothes they dress their kids in before school, to the gas they use to drive to work, to the materials their small businesses import, to the meals that they have when they arrive at home or the sandwich they grab in between jobs. These families are getting punched right in the gut. And Donald Trump knows it, and knows that this budget would amplify their pain. Because beyond exploding costs for working Americans, it will also decimate Medicaid, threatening health care for nearly 80 million Americans. That's 2 in 3 nursing home residents, 2 in 5 children, and 1 in 3 Americans in rural communities. But even if someone isn't on Medicaid, they'll still feel the cost, they'll still feel the pain. Medicaid is the largest insurer in the nation, so when it goes down, so will the care that so many families rely on. Now, whether you're on Medicaid or you are not, it is your local hospital that may close. Clinics will close, doctors will have to move or shutter their practices. Care that used to be maybe one town away will now be an entire county away, and a very long drive, especially for Americans in rural areas who already cannot afford the cost of living. This bill would be the equivalent of an atomic bomb on the care and the caregivers they rely upon. Caregivers like Sabrina Bishop, a California home care provider. She serves 3 clients around San Diego. 2 are disabled veterans. 1 receives care through California's in-home support services, all of which is funded through California's Medicaid provider, Medi-Cal. Bathing them, medication management, cleaning, laundry, food preparation. She does it all. She lives with her client, Mike. He is at the end stage of dementia and unable to communicate. He can't dial 911. If he sees any medication bottles, he'll just take them. If he sees a car door open, he might just get in, no matter whose car it is. Here's what she told me. My work means that he has someone to help him, that he can safely live and with dignity in his twilight years. Many of the folks who rely on funding from Medicaid don't have a family who can help with around-the-clock care. And without the services that she provides, which are funded by Medicaid, Those people won't get their medications on time or be bathed or fed. We are talking about a person's most basic needs. If funding were to get cut more, Sabrina says she thinks many caregivers will just decide they can't afford to do the work they love anymore. There's already a major shortage of care providers. Thousands of people who need care are stuck on waiting lists. And Republicans in this bill want to make things so much worse, so much worse. Seniors and disabled individuals will be trapped in their homes without anyone to look after them or be institutionalized at greater cost, if indeed they can even find a skilled nursing facility that is still open. When asked what she wants members of Congress to understand about her situation, Sabrina said, "Don't be so quick to cut funding for Medicaid. You yourself may end up needing a caregiver. You may be diagnosed with a terminal disease at your next doctor's appointment. You may have a car accident and can no longer take care of yourself." But without Sabrina and the countless others who do the life-saving work that she does, there may be no one to call. That's what we're talking about here. And yet that's what this administration and this Congress seems intent on doing, to deny this care, to give Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all of their billionaire friends even more money. And that is a disgrace. What about Social Security? On that one, DOGE is starting the dirty work already. We're already seeing the cuts and the clawbacks, Elon and his bros heading into Social Security Administration and firing the staff that make sure you get your check on time. They have plans to close 26 Social Security offices this year alone. They're cutting phone services and pointing seniors to online options that are often unreliable and inaccessible, and if we're being honest, something that not all seniors are able to do. But this is their plan. They're taking a program focused on helping seniors and then turning around and removing all the tools seniors use to get the help that they need. And they're not hiding it. They're celebrating it. Donald Trump's co-president, Elon Musk, went on Joe Rogan to say that Social Security was, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. The billionaire Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, said that his mother-in-law wouldn't even notice or care if her check didn't arrive, that only fraudsters would complain if their check didn't arrive on time or at all. And Donald Trump himself, who stood in front of Congress and delivered an address so riddled with false claims about Social Security that it was impossible to disguise his true intention. And that is to sow mistrust, broad mistrust, so they can come for it all, so they can slash it and leave seniors in the lurch, so they can privatize it. That is their plan for much of the federal government. First, they cut the staff, then they cut the services, and finally they say, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Privatize it. Let the billionaires run it. Put it in the market. What could possibly go wrong? Have you seen the market lately? Leaving your hard-earned benefits to the whims of the stock market that Donald Trump has so recently destroyed, plunging millions of seniors into poverty. That is their plan, all for a few more bucks in their pockets. It is up to each of us to stop them, to protect Social Security and Medicaid. But I want to talk for a moment, not to my colleagues here in this fancy building, but to you at home. Whether you're in California or anywhere else in the country, I want to talk to you. Right now, I'm standing on the floor of the United States Senate. In just a few hours, we will be voting on a budget resolution that sets the framework for government funding. Now, that may sound wonky or unimportant, complex and complicated, but I want to cut through the noise and speak to you about exactly what this will do. In the simplest terms, it will make your life more expensive, make your health care more inaccessible, and sow the seeds to slowly destroy or privatize Social Security. It will do these things because Donald Trump and Elon Musk do not care about you. They don't care about you. They care about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They care about their billionaire buddies. They care about their bank accounts. They don't care about you or the fact that whether you can afford a home or you can't afford a home, whether you have the money to take vacation days that you have saved up, whether you can afford to take your kid to the hospital, whether you have to drive 2 or 3 hours to the nearest hospital. They don't care. They don't care if you're paying $6 for eggs, $5 for a gallon of gas, or depending where you live, maybe a lot more. They may say they care about those things, but this, their bill that we're about to vote on, says otherwise. This bill in my hand is evidence they don't care about you. They could care less about you. Now, it's easy to feel hopeless and powerless right now. That's their goal. That's how they want you to feel. They want you to look at the remnants of your retirement savings and the closing of hospitals and the destruction of small businesses and the decimation of schools, and they want you to feel discouraged, to look at the wreckage and say, well, I guess they're right. Maybe none of it does work. Because they want to break it all in pieces. When they tear things down that you rely on instead of building them up, they want to turn to you and say, see, none of this is working. Medicaid isn't working and Social Security isn't working because they broke it, because they're breaking it. And then comes the final step. That's when they sell it all for parts, where they sell off the Social Security you paid into for your whole life, when they destroy the health care that you and your family rely on. So you're forced to pay for private insurance that costs more and helps you less. That is their plan. And you're watching it unfold in real time. That's the thing with Donald Trump. He's broken every promise he's made. Lower prices? No. Stock market growth? Hard opposite. Your 401k, if you're lucky enough to have one, destroyed. A new golden era? Don't make me laugh. Protecting your hard-earned benefits? They're on the chopping block right now. Donald Trump has broken every single promise he's made except one. The promise he made from a gold-plated Mar-a-Lago podium when he told a room full of the richest people in America, and I quote, "You're all people that have a lot of money. You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts." Well, it turns out those tax cuts are arriving right on schedule, and we will be footing the bill. But you can do something about it. You are not powerless. Make your voices heard. Madam President, I yield back.
Senator from Delaware.
I get a lot of questions from my constituents. Delawareans raise a lot of issues, whether they're stopping me at the Wawa, talking to me on the train, knocking on my door. They ask me about three things, more than anything in the last few months. They're concerned about Elon Musk having huge access to their personally identifying information. They're concerned about the richest man on earth, who they didn't elect, getting into their data. They're concerned about Trump's tariff tax and how the tariffs he's just imposed are yanking up prices for everything in our country. And they're also deeply concerned about Social Security. I'm going to focus for a few minutes about the alarm I'm hearing from Delawareans that the Trump administration, Elon Musk, and Republicans in Congress are going after our Social Security net, the social safety net, the Social Security benefits that so many rely on for stability and security in their lives, as part of the bill that's moving on this floor tonight to help pay for tax cuts for billionaires that are buddies of Elon Musk. Ask American seniors what they think of Social Security, and they'll tell you it's an earned benefit. It's a vital lifeline. It's the thing that keeps them out of poverty, pays for their medication, helps them afford rent, helps them live decently and safely. 70 million Americans get Social Security benefits every month. 4 out of 10 rely on it for a majority of their income. A few quick examples. Arlene reached out to my office. Arlene's a Delawarean whose husband died in January, and she relies on Social Security to keep paying her bills. Senator, what's going to happen? Ian, a disabled adult who's able to work a few hours a week but requires assistance with simple tasks from his mother due to his intellectual disabilities. Without Social Security and the disability benefits he gets, his whole livelihood is at risk. Kathleen reached out to tell me what she thinks of Social Security. She said, and I quote, "I'm a 64-year-old disabled woman. I'm concerned about my Social Security disability. I'm totally dependent on that check, and I'm terrified of what's happening with Doge." Cheryl Ann wrote my office saying, "I'm 68 and still work to keep from falling behind in my bills. Since COVID, prices have gone up, and with all these new tariffs or taxes, seniors can't make ends meet. I want to retire, but I'm afraid that with Trump messing with Social Security and Medicaid, how can I?" A simple question then. What happens to Arlene, Ian, Kathleen, Cheryl Ann if Republicans are successful in further undermining the stability and the reliability of Social Security? What happens to millions like them for whom this program is what keeps them able to afford their medications, keeps food on the table, keeps a roof over their heads? I've told you what Delawareans think of Social Security, but if you ask Elon Musk, he'll be clear. He's called it a Ponzi scheme. Maybe you don't know Mr. Ponzi. A Ponzi scheme is a fraud. It's something that's fake. It's a Jenga puzzle that comes tumbling down when you pull one of the key pieces. A Ponzi scheme is a fraud. Already, the Doge boys are slashing the workforce at Social Security. They're making it harder for seniors to get the benefits they've earned. They're cutting the budget, firing employees, closing offices, and these needless cuts will just make it harder for seniors to get answers to their questions and to get their checks, forcing those seniors who live in rural areas or who are disabled, like the few I just cited, to struggle to access what they've earned. Doing all of this in the name of cutting waste and fraud is compelling because where there is waste and fraud, we should go after it. But there are tiny amounts of fraud in this program. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Lee Dudek, the Trump administration's chosen acting Social Security commissioner. Lee Dudek, the Trump administration's acting Social Security administrator, at a press conference just last month, estimated that of all the Social Security payments every year, 0.00625%, less than 0.1% are fraudulent. That's actually, less than 0.01%. To give you some context, if you think about the entire world, the landmass of the world that is covered by Delaware is 0.003%. And Delaware is pretty small, and the world's pretty big. That gives you a sense just how small the fraud is in this program that is treasured by Americans. Doge's favorite talking point about dead people collecting Social Security has been debunked more times than I can count. They claim there's people 200, 300 years old still getting benefits. President Trump said the same thing right here in the Capitol in his address to Congress as he read out the names of folks 200, 250, 300 years old. There's only one problem. It's not true that they're getting benefits. The badly outdated Social Security computer system has a problem with birth dates, and it automatically adds a reference point in certain date errors that's 150 years ago. So yes, there are names on a register of people who were born, allegedly, a long time ago. But for the last decade, the Social Security Administration automatically stops payments to anyone over 115 years old. Automatically. The checks aren't going out to people whose birth date is recorded as 200 or 250 years old. An independent inspector general looked at this question and said, almost none of the number holders discussed in the report receive payments. So if the fraud doesn't exist, why do they keep talking about it? Well, they have to find ways to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. House Republicans have made plain they want to cut $2 trillion in spending to pay for their massive reconciliation bill that we will soon turn to. And you can't do that without touching Medicaid or Social Security. Let me conclude. Social Security is not a giveaway. It's not riddled with waste, fraud, and abuse. And Democrats are united in protecting Medicaid and Social Security. We need to strengthen Social Security, not cut it. And I stand with my colleagues and every Democrat in this body in saying, hands off of Social Security, President Trump and Elon Musk. Thank you, Madam President. With that, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Hawaii.
Madam President, leave Social Security alone. Leave Social Security alone. Donald Trump wants to gut the most successful anti-poverty program in American history. Over the past 3 months, his administration has made sweeping cuts to Social Security in ways that are already being felt across the country. Wait times have doubled to as many as 4 or 5 hours. Local field offices are closing, websites are crashing, and people are understandably panicked about getting checks or missing payments altogether. But according to Commerce Secretary Lutnick, there is nothing to worry about. Quote, let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up and she'd get it next month. She wouldn't complain. Well, when your son-in-law is a billionaire, a missed check is not a very big deal. But when you're a senior on the island of Oahu, where the average rent far exceeds the average benefit. I want you to understand that. The average benefit is about $1,900. The average rent is more than $2,000. 300,000 people in the state of Hawaii depend on Social Security, and the vast majority of them, Social Security is either all of their income or most of their income. The idea that we are going to balance the budget on the backs of seniors who have paid into an earned benefit is immoral. It is wrong. And I speak on behalf of all of my constituents who depend on it. It's not just the 300,000, it's all of the family members. It's all of the family members. I speak on behalf of my mother and father-in-law, George and Ping Kwok. George Kwok worked all his life in a kitchen. Sometimes he was an employee. He eventually ended up owning a place called Kwok's Chop Suey. He sold it and bought a home for his mom and helped to send his daughter to college. Then he started to get blind, and he burned his hand in a fryer. And so he was unable to work, and he took Social Security disability. He deserves that money. Leave Social Security alone. Social Security cuts were always the third rail in American politics. Even anyone on any side of the aisle with any sense of how to get elected knew not to touch that third rail, but they are grabbing this third rail with both hands. I want to quote a couple of my constituents. One constituent wrote to me, "We are elderly and we are concerned about the potential of cutting Social Security checks. We paid into the system our entire working lives and fear we can't afford food, water bills, and medical care. What will happen with these cuts and the cost of living going up? What will be our safety net? We are afraid of what's to come." Another wrote, "I worked for 36 years for the federal government, including 4 years as active duty Air Force in Vietnam. I contributed to Social Security with the explicit understanding that I would get Social Security as a portion of my retirement. Cutting Social Security means I lose about a third of my retirement with no recourse. I am 77 years old with health issues and haven't planned on getting another job. My wife was a flight attendant for Hawaiian Airlines for 50 years and also depends on Social Security for her retirement. It is completely unfair when she paid into Social Security for more than 50 years just to be abandoned when she is 70 years old." Another constituent. "I'm a 73-year-old woman who, unlike billionaire Commerce Secretary Lutnick's mother-in-law, cannot afford to miss or reduce my Social Security payment. It is my sole income, and I need it to pay rent and buy food. I worked hard all my life and contributed my fair share of taxes towards Social Security. I'm not asking for a free ride. I earned my Social Security. I am not asking for a free ride. I earned my Social Security. Leave Social Security alone. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Where is she? Oh, Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to call out the threat that this Republican budget and the Trump administration poses to Social Security. President Trump and Elon Musk's move fast and break things mentality is breaking Social Security. And it is obvious that they intend to dismantle Social Security, which will hurt the millions of Americans that rely on it, that count on it, including more than 1 million Minnesotans. Now, one thing that I have learned over the last 70-some plus days is to believe these guys when they tell us what they mean to do. So when Musk recently called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, I'm sure that he meant it. And when he said entitlement spending is, and I quote, the big one to eliminate, I believe him. And then you have Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who recently said that if his 94-year-old mother-in-law happened to not receive her Social Security check in 1 month, she'd just wait for the next one. Well, I have news for Secretary Lutnick. When people don't get their Social Security checks, they aren't just waiting for the next check, they could be waiting for their next meal. Secretary Lutnick is clearly not in touch with the reality that 22 million Americans, including more than 16 million seniors, would be living in poverty were it not for Social Security. They don't have bank accounts millions sitting in a bank account somewhere. They have a food shelf visit or missed rent or rationing their prescription medication ahead of them. So this is not just an inconvenience or a hassle for them. It is their security, their dignity, their health, and their well-being. And, you know, it's not just Musk and Lutnick that are out of touch. Acting Social Security Commissioner Leland Dudnick threatened to shut down the entire agency in a fit after a federal judge informed him that DOGE is not allowed to root around in people's personal data. And Frank Bisignano, a billionaire that is President Trump's pick to run the Social Security Administration, he has said that he is a DOGE person, and I believe him. And this is evidently just fine with Senate Republicans on the Finance Committee who all voted for him. And I have no doubt that the rest of the Republicans in the Senate will too, because they seem unwilling or unable to stand up to Donald Trump. I think they're just scared. Now, President Trump understands that Americans love Social Security, and so he says, don't worry, my administration won't touch it. Come on now. Americans understand. We can see what's happening. And as my mother used to say, I wasn't born yesterday. We can see that President Trump and Elon Musk are crippling Social Security by making it nearly impossible for people to get their benefits. They are closing field offices at the same time that they're limiting phone service. They're gutting the agency and firing the employees that make Social Security work. In Alexandria, Minnesota, for example, they've fired half the staff. In Rochester, Minnesota, they've fired 40% of the staff. Since Donald Trump took office, the number of calls for help with Social Security into my office has more than doubled compared to what it was in the same time frame last year. So my constituents are spending hours and hours on hold and waiting for office appointments. And every time they get a message from Social Security, it's a different story. And it's confusing, and it is more than irritating. It's downright scary to them. Now, you can call this rank incompetence or the don't know, don't care attitude of this administration, but what it looks like to me is sabotage. If Republicans are trying to save Social Security, this is a pretty funny way to go about it. And now tonight, They're going to try and pass a budget resolution that relies on so-called cost savings from firing Social Security employees to help pay for trillions of dollars of tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. There's talk about rooting out waste and fraud, and I'm all for that. But understand, this agency already spends less than 1% on administrative overhead, which is far lower than the administrative costs typically paid by private insurers. So when they say cutting costs, what that really means is that when a senior picks up the phone looking for assistance, there's not going to be anyone on the other end of the line. They talk about getting at fraud. Well, listen to this. The Office of the Inspector General conducted a report in 2024 which found that less than 1% of Social Security payments were improper. Less than 1%. You know, if the Social Security Administration was a private sector company, those numbers would put its competitors to shame. What's really happening here is that they are trying to make it harder for people to get what they are owed. And that is, in fact, a cut, and it is wrong. Now, I think that Americans can see what's happening. Donald Trump has surrounded himself with billionaires who don't know and really don't care about regular people who are just trying to afford their lives. They can't even imagine trying to live on $2,000 a month, which is the average benefit for a retiree in Minnesota. I mean, they probably spend more than that on lunch. This is not what we need in this country. We need this government to answer to the people, not the billionaires. We don't need more tax breaks for the wealthiest and most successful people who are doing just fine. Thank you very much. What we need to do is to make Social Security work better for people who have worked hard all their lives, paid in, and deserve a secure retirement. My office, Mr. President, has also received tens of thousands of messages from Minnesotans, and they want us to protect and to strengthen Social Security, not tear it down. And so that's what I'm going to do. Social Security is a universal benefit, and it is a promise that we have made to each other that after a lifetime of hard work, you won't have to worry about a safe, decent, affordable place to call home, a good meal to eat, and the time and the space to enjoy your life. And when this budget resolution gets a vote later tonight, I'll be thinking about Social Security and about the 73 million Americans who count on it, and I will be a hard no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent that Chance Mitchell, a law clerk on the Budget Committee minority staff, be granted floor privileges during the consideration of House Resolution 14.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout these 25 hours of debate, there's been one theme that no member of this body should forget, that no American should forget, because it's the heart of this bill. And what is the heart of the bill? Families lose and billionaires win. This bill features $2 trillion in cuts to core programs in healthcare, housing, and education, the programs that help families stand on their feet and thrive and move into the middle class and succeed, and their children succeed in the next generation. But no, my Republican colleagues say, slash those programs, because they're not the folks who power our campaigns. We don't care about the families struggling to succeed. Well, no, what we care about are the billionaires. So we wrote this bill for billionaires. Just how much? Well, that $2 trillion funds tax breaks for the richest Americans. And then, because that's not enough, this bill borrows $37 trillion over 30 years to fund additional tax breaks. $37 trillion in debt. Cuts to programs for families to fund tax giveaways to the richest Americans. That's what this is about. If you care about health care across America, if you know that Medicaid provides, well, in my state, about a third of our citizens have health insurance through Medicaid, our rural clinics, our rural hospitals do far better And why do they do far better with Medicaid? Because patients can pay bills because they have health insurance. Medicaid, critical for programs for people to get out of their addiction. Medicaid, critical for seniors to be able to get nursing home care. Medicaid, essential for those with disabilities. It plays a huge role for our veterans. And they want to strike it down. And they want to strike down Social Security. Get rid of all the clerks that make Social Security work, that turn the gears and make sure the checks go out on time. Because why should we worry about Social Security? Billionaires don't need Social Security. Strike that down. How about lunch programs for schools? We know that kids learn far better when they have a full stomach. So programs like that matter, but not to the billionaires, not in this bill. $2 trillion in cuts for programs families depend on to fund massive tax giveaways to the richest Americans. And then, on top of all that, a gimmick to say to the American people, while we're adding $37 trillion in debt, we'll tell you we're adding nothing. It's called current policy baseline. It's magic math. It's like this. You rent an apartment. Apartment costs you $2,000 a month, $24,000 over the year. You rent it for a year under contract. And then you get to the end of the year and you say, I think I'll sign a contract for a second year. And you say, oh, but that will cost nothing. That's the magic math. Well, we know, everyone knows it'll still cost $2,000 a month or more with inflation. More because the rent might go up. But the magic math from the Republican side says, no, it's zero. It's zero. Extending new tax benefits that would have expired costs $37 trillion. And Republicans say, just pretend it away. Now, what I would like to understand is why the party that has often run on fiscal responsibility has decided, first of all, to strike down the nonpartisan numbers that create an honest debate. That's been the rule, the direction, the bipartisan consensus since 1974. We will use honest numbers. We created a whole organization, the Congressional Budget Office, to make sure the numbers were fair so we could have an honest debate here and with the American people. But the magic math produced on this bill throws all that overboard. Fiscal responsibility overboard. Massive $37 trillion in new debt from this bill. You know what? Our entire national debt today is less than $37 trillion. This one bill produces even more debt that's been piled up over 249 years since the Declaration of Independence. If that isn't fiscally irresponsible, I don't know what is. You know, you may ask, don't those folks who are struggling, the 1 out of 10 who are really trying to get on their feet, is there something for them? Well, the estimate is that they get the equivalent of $6 a year. Well, I mean, if you have a fancy cup of coffee at Starbucks, not where I go for coffee, but many do, it costs about $6. This bill doesn't give a cup of coffee a day to the bottom 10%. It doesn't give a cup of coffee a week to the bottom 10%. It gives 1 cup per year. That's what you get out of this bill if you're in the bottom 10% struggling to get on your feet. Don't drink it all at once. Just one little sip each day for 365 days. Because you, in the bottom 10%, are not a billionaire. Going to cut your programs that get you on your feet, the fundamentals for families to thrive in healthcare and housing and education and good paying jobs to enrich the richest Americans. This is perhaps the worst bill I have ever seen debated on the floor of the Senate. So colleagues across the aisle, turn back to your speeches and your election campaigns that said, I'm for fiscal responsibility, and come and join us and write a real bill in which families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share of taxes. That would be an advance for the United States of America. That would be good work on the floor of the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Different view on this. To my good friend from Oregon, who has been a real gentleman to work with, and you got a great staff, and I appreciate our ability to work together, but we have a little different view of what we're doing here tonight. So I'm going to give you our side of the story. I got charts too. I never thought I'd have a chart, but I got one. We're trying to do sort of 4 things tonight. Start a process that we can make the tax cuts permanent, give money to the Department of Homeland Security to continue to secure our border, cut trillions of dollars of waste, which does exist, and support our military. Now, the bill tonight, the resolution, opens up that process that will be done by the House and the Senate authorizing committees. So this doesn't do anything other than start the game. And it's time this game started. Now, what's in this for you if you're not a billionaire, which I am not? If we do nothing, the 2017 President Trump tax cuts expire in December. None of them voted for it. They're going to expire, and what does that mean to you? 6 million jobs will be lost. The average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike if the tax cuts expire. A family of 4 making $80,610, the median income in the United States, would see a $1,695 tax increase if they expire this December. This is worth about 9 weeks of groceries. 40 million families would see their household child tax credit cut in half. If any of y'all are listening out there that not a billionaire, you might want to keep listening. If this expires, you're going to get hit hard, and we don't want that. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate if Section 199A of the small business deduction expires. Now, why I know about that one? I can't walk 5 feet in South Carolina without somebody begging me to make sure that expensing and deductions and accelerated depreciation doesn't go away because they run a business. Our friends over there run the government. That's all they know. They're very good at making it bigger, not very good at making it efficient. There's no amount of money that's enough for these folks. So if you're looking for that crowd over there to cut your taxes, you're looking in the wrong direction. I got about 100 years to prove that point. The point I'm trying to make is these tax cuts expiring matter to real people raising a family and trying to run a business, particularly small business. This would be devastating. We're not going to let that happen. Now, if you're waiting for this crowd, our friends on the other side, to cut spending, you're going to die waiting. Now, we have a chance as Republicans, if we pass this resolution tonight, to cut spending and make the tax cuts permanent without one Democratic vote. It's called reconciliation. To my Republican friends who may be watching, 4 times in the last 100 years, the Republicans had the House, the Senate, and the White House. This doesn't happen a lot. But with that construct, through reconciliation, what we're starting here tonight, if we get 50 plus 1, we can make the tax cuts permanent and cut spending without one Democratic vote. This is what they use, Democratic friends, to pass Obamacare, all the spending around infrastructure spending, Inflation Reduction Act, which really didn't do much to reduce inflation. They've done this, and we're going to do it a different way. They did it to grow the government. We're going to do it in a way to get more money back to you. And we're going to look at the budget we have up here and see if we can find a way to save some money. Don't you think it's time that we looked at the budget up here like you look at your budget? And we're going to do that. And we're going to secure our border. We don't talk enough about this. In this package, there's $175 billion that will allow the Trump administration to finish the wall. Now, President Trump said during the State of the Union address, the Democrats said we needed new laws, we just really did need a new president. We got a new president, and the flow has really almost stopped. One of the most amazing things that we don't talk enough about. But we want to make sure it doesn't come back on again. So this bill gives the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Tom Holman, $175 billion to finish the wall, to build, to find more detention bed space, 40,000 to 125,000, so we don't have to let people go. Laken Riley, who was killed by a legal immigrant, he was released because they had no bed space. We don't ever do that again. We're going to build enough detention beds so we don't have to release anybody. I think most people like that. We're going to hire more ICE agents to kick the gang members and the crooks out faster so we can get control of our country and our security. This bill allows $175 billion. That's enough for the entire 4 years, if Republicans stick together. So, as a Republican, you said you want to cut waste, you want to cut people's taxes, and you want to secure the border. Your ship has come in. What's near and dear to my heart, like most everybody here, including our Democratic friends, is supporting our military. Well, the budget agreement we reached a few years ago was terrible. The continuing resolution to fund the government through September is below that number. We're spending below inflation on our military. In case you haven't missed it, the world's literally on fire. So this bill gives the Pentagon $150 billion right now to help them upgrade their capability to deal with threats like Iran getting a nuclear weapon. This is good stuff. And the only thing standing between you and this good stuff is a vote tonight continuing a process in the House and the Senate to make it a reality. But if we don't get it right tonight, all this dies. All this opportunity dies if Republicans don't stick together, and you know what? We will. All right, so now all this stuff about me and the budget chairman. What did I do? Well, I made a decision. Last time I checked, if you win an election, you get to make decisions. You know, I'm the budget chairman. It's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot, I can tell you that. So in the 1974 Budget Control Act, when it comes to spending, you never have to offset it. Anything above $50 million in spending, you can use current policy, which is a budget scoring device that just assumes everything goes forever, no offsets. It's my belief that when it comes to tax reductions, I, as the budget chairman, can apply that same concept called current policy to the budget on this floor, and I will do that. I have done that. Now, what does that mean? If we're able to do for taxes what we've done for spending, that means the tax cuts never expire again, and you don't have this cliff putting everybody at risk. That means if we pass what we've put together in the Budget Committee, and Senator Marshall's a member of the committee, we passed a really good proposal to make sure that these tax cuts that we're going to reauthorize stay in place so people throughout the country can count on some certainty when it comes to tax credits for their children, deductions and expensing for their businesses, and having lower rates. I did it. I am proud to do it. And my Democratic friends who are hollering and screaming have done it too, but it always relates to spending. So Judd Gregg, who's a good friend of ours, one of the smartest guys I ever met, was on the Budget Committee. He and Kent Conrad were a great team. And there was a question, can the Farm Bill be added to the baseline? And here's what Judd Gregg said about a Democrat's ability to do that. The chairman of the Budget Committee declared the new baseline under a new budget. The budget chairman has a right to do that. The budget chairman changed the baseline to accommodate the Farm Bill. I'm declaring current policy to make sure the tax cuts stay in place. And when there was an inquiry of a parliamentarian about whose job it is to declare the baseline, this was what Judge Gregg asked, who is the proper scorer of points of order relative to revenues and expenses? And here's what was said. The senator is entitled to an answer under Congressional Budget Act of 1974, termination of points of order, Section 312, the Budget Committee determination for purposes of this title and Title IV, the levels measuring budget authority outlays, direct spending, new entitlement authority, revenues for fiscal year shall be determined on the basis of the estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. That's us. That's me. They asked that question in 2008, and that's what they said. Judge Gregg said it's the Budget Committee chairman's authority to determine the baseline, and that's what I did. Okay. And even Bernie agreed, so we don't need to overly dwell on that. This is what the law says. Revenues and spending shall be determined on the basis of estimates made by the committee on the budget of the House of Representatives or the Senate as applicable. That's us. We're elected officials. And wouldn't it be odd if you wrote a law that somebody would manage the law nobody voted for? It makes like 0 sense. All right, now, next one, is that it? Okay, so bottom line, tax cuts are going to be permanent. It will help the economy. And when it comes to estimating what happens around here, CBO, great people, JCT, Joint Commission on Taxation, they make estimates. The one thing they've been consistent about is being wrong when it comes to tax revenue. They've got it wrong like every time. So if history is any guide to what's happened in the past, we're going to get more revenue by cutting taxes. Why do I know that? Because it always happens. What happens all the time, too? When we get the new money, we spend it faster than we get it. That's going to stop. If you live in the real world, you get a pay raise. That's a great thing. But if you spend it all and then some, you go right back in debt. So we're going to do two things. We're going to start a process that will allow the tax cuts to be permanent, to give the economy certainty to grow, to create more revenue, to help the government do what it needs to do. And we're going to cut spending to make sure that we lower the amount we're spending because we're spending too much, with the hope of one day doing this, balancing the budget. I said it. I have not been struck dead yet. Our goal to the American people is to create more revenue and lower spending to balance the budget like you do. Now, we don't do this in this resolution, but we start the process because we're $30-something trillion in debt. The only thing between the tax cuts being permanent, having money to secure the border, help the military, and what's the other thing that we're going to do? Cutting spending is a vote tonight, sometime after midnight, before breakfast, I hope, we'll have a vote in the United States Senate that will trigger a process to do these four things. I am proud of the Budget Committee. We've worked hard. I am proud of Leader Thune, who's pushed this process forward. I appreciate the cooperation to the extent they can do it on the other side. We have a philosophical difference. I totally understand that. But we've chosen a different path. And a major step along that path will occur later tonight. And if we get this right, by Memorial Day, it's my fervent hope and prayer, and I just talked to President Trump, that we can pass one big, beautiful bill that makes the 2017 tax cuts permanent and even more tax on tips for all those people working out there as waiters and waitresses. We have a chance here to look at the federal budget line by line, to make sure things in there that make no sense are taken out to save you money. And boy, we're going to have some fun tonight talking about those things. And if you believe securing the border is a good thing and what we're doing is the right thing, by Memorial Day, we'll have fully funded what President Trump needs for all 4 years. That will be amazing. And if you're in the military, money is coming your way to help you do your job to make sure the rest of us are safe. And we're going to fix the problem with the continuing resolution by giving the military less than inflation at a time when the world's literally on fire. So if we can get it right tonight, by Memorial Day, I'm hoping and praying that the men and women in uniform will have $150 billion they desperately need to do their job and to stay safe. This is the most important thing I have done yet in the Senate, in my view. I've set in motion, along with my colleagues, and if there's ever a team sport, it's politics, the ability to do something we haven't done before, makes taxes and spending the same in terms of policy. Quit playing this game that the American people lose. You will not lose $1 revenue if we make these tax cuts permanent. You'll get more money. But if you keep spending more and more, that doesn't matter. But if you get more revenue and you cut spending, one day we will be on a glide path to balance this budget. It is my fervent desire to do that, and President Trump wants to do it. Let it be said that that starts tonight. I yield.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
For the past 2 days, Democrats have turned the Senate into a tribunal. And Donald Trump's, could we please have order? Thank you. Mr. President, for the past 2 days, Democrats have turned the Senate into a tribunal. And Donald Trump's agenda is on trial. I thank the close to 40 of my colleagues who came to the floor and made so many points about that. So now Donald Trump's agenda is on trial. It's time now for Republicans to answer. Tonight, Democrats will bring amendment after amendment to the floor, one right after the other, again and again and again. Our amendments will give Republicans the chance to join us in hitting the kill switch on Donald Trump's tariffs, on DOGE, on the attacks against Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Republicans are in the majority. The choice is theirs. They see what Americans see. Donald Trump's policies are a disaster. DOGE is a horror. Republicans could snuff it out instantly, tonight, if they wanted. Will Republicans join us tonight and stand up to Donald Trump before he craters the economy? Or will Republicans spend all night trying to defend the mess Donald Trump is making? And he made a lot more of it today. Will Republicans defend Donald Trump's tariff tax? The Trump tariff tax, which would cost families $5,000 a year. Will they defend Elon Musk as he takes a blowtorch to Social Security? Will they defend cutting Medicaid and imperil the health care of 70 million Americans, from newborn kids to seniors to rural communities and veterans? Will Republicans spend all night long, trying to explain to the American people why billionaires deserve a massive tax break, but working people don't deserve basic health care? The choice is theirs. Donald Trump has betrayed the American people. Will Senate Republicans join him in this betrayal. I yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, very soon the Senate's going to be voting on a budget resolution that essentially accomplishes 5 objectives, but at least 4. And one is to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase on the American people at the end of the year, number 1. Number 2, it rebuilds our military by investing in our military readiness in a way that will enable us to deal with and deter the threats that America deals with in a very dangerous world. It'll restore energy dominance for our country, making energy more affordable to the American people, something that we saw a huge run-up during the Biden inflation days. Part of that, in a big way, was the cost of energy. Obviously, securing the border. And there are resources in there to make sure that over the course of the next 4 years of this administration that they have what they need to ensure that our border is secure and that the American people are safe. And finally, Mr. President, reducing spending. Now, I know that's a sort of a novel concept around here. We've heard a lot about, massive tax cuts for billionaires. That's been a recurring theme that we've heard from the Democrats. But the one thing you don't hear a lot about is the run-up in federal spending. So tax revenues, as a general rule, have stayed very static as a percentage of our entire economy, around 17.1% thereabouts. Government spending as a percentage of our economy, on the other hand, has gone up, and gone up dramatically. So just take a look at this chart. Basically, in the last 5 years, the run-up that we've seen in spending has been about 56% from 2019 to 2024. 56% increase in spending. Now, what's ironic about that, Mr. President, is government revenue's also been going up, right? Everybody said, well, you're going to cut taxes, we're going to run these big deficits. Well, what happened? In 2017, we cut taxes on the American people, we unleashed the American economy, we reduced rates, accelerated cost recovery, so people could recover their capital investments more quickly. What did? They invested. And it created more, not less revenue. $1.5 trillion more than was projected at the time by the Joint Committee on Taxation and the CBO. $1.5 trillion more revenue than what was projected. I think you can say they missed it by a long shot. Well, this time around, we've seen estimates, and Senator Graham, Senator Crapo were down here earlier today, suggesting that the Council of Economic Advisors' prediction is that you will see revenue increase by about $4 trillion by making the 2017 tax law permanent. So what we have, Mr. President, the reason we're running these big deficits isn't because we tax too little, it's because we spend too much. That's the delta. Tax revenues have gone up, and gone up consistently over time, particularly since 2017. What's gone up a lot faster, as I said, is government spending. And so we have this deficit, and the way we're going to have to deal with that is to get more growth in the economy, generate more revenue, because when the economy is growing and expanding, it's creating jobs, people are working, they're taking realizations, and they're paying more taxes. And that's what happens when you reduce taxes. And that's why it's so important that we extend and make permanent the 2017 tax law. This is what we're talking about here today. This is what this conversation, frankly, is all about. Now, Mr. President, one of the things that has been interesting in this debate, because I heard lots of conversation from my colleagues on the other side about massive new tax cuts for billionaires. But let me tell you what, if you vote against this budget resolution, you will be voting for. You will be voting for a $4 trillion tax increase on our economy and on the American people. Of that $4 trillion tax increase, $2.6 trillion will fall on people who make less than $400,000 a year. Something that Joe Biden and I think pretty much every Senate Democrat pledged not to do. Well, how does that happen, you ask? Well, here's what happens. In 2017, when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, one of the things, the features of that bill, was a doubling of the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. It also had a near doubling of the standard deduction, and it had a lowering of rates. It had multiple ways in which working families in this country would benefit. If we don't extend the tax relief before the end of the year, $2.6 trillion of that tax increase falls on people making less than $400,000 a year. Now, I've heard the Democrats' own presidential candidate said last year, and I quote, "We cannot, and I will not, raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year." That was Vice President Harris, who was running for president. President Biden made the same promise, as did the current Democrat leader. And when the Democrats were considering their so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which perhaps more aptly could have been titled Do Nothing About Inflation Act, the Democrat leader repeatedly emphasized the Democrats would not be raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. Well, that's it. That's what you're doing. Because this tax increase is going to hit American families. $2.6 trillion of it is going to hit families making less than $400,000 a year. So you cut the child tax credit. Let's say you have 4 kids in this country. Now, the tax credit, child tax credit, is a direct credit against tax liability, meaning it's a dollar-for-dollar reduction in tax liability if you have a tax liability that exceeds the amount of the credit. So let's say you have 4 kids. Today it's $2,000. Well, if we don't move to extend this tax relief by the end of the year, that $1,000 is going to be from $8,000 down to $4,000, $2,000 per child down to $1,000 per child, and that family's taxes are going to go up by about $4,000. Now, if they don't have that big of a tax liability, there's a refundability component, and we can have a conversation about the merits of that, but that means they're going to be getting a payment or not, and probably not, because cutting that child tax credit back to $1,000 is going to fall largely on people who have families in this country. Same thing with the standard deduction. It will be cut nearly in half. And the interesting thing about that, Mr. President, is when we made that change back in 2017, fewer people started itemizing, more people started taking the standard deduction, because the standard deduction was about $30,000 a year. Well, what happens if we don't extend this tax relief? That $30,000 goes back down to about $15,000 a year. Again, hitting working families, coupled again with what I said is higher rates. The rates will go back up. So forget about the idea that you're not going to raise taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year, because you clearly are. That's just a fact. It's just simply a fact. So what about small businesses? Well, small businesses would pay, if we don't extend the current tax policy, $600 billion more if these tax cuts expire. Because pass-through businesses, and that's your LLCs, your subchapter S corporations, your sole proprietorships, pay at the individual rate. The rates would go back up, and we put a feature in that bill called 199A. It was a 20% deduction for pass-through businesses. That also goes away. So small businesses are going to pay $600,000 more per year, or I should say, or $600 billion more throughout the course of this tax policy if we don't do something to extend it. So you lose 199A, you lose the lower rates that come with it if you're a small business, and you'll see a lot less investment in our economy. Now, as I mentioned in 2017, two of the objectives on that, particularly on the business side, were to lower rates and to allow for faster cost recovery and to grow the economy. And it did. It worked. The economy over the past 7 years grew, if you can believe this, 5.4% more than what CBO had projected in 2017 prior to the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Well, what did that mean? It meant a 50-year low for unemployment, record low poverty, high median household income, a narrowing of the income disparity gap in this country. So, Mr. President, what about deficits? As I said before, by any objective metric, revenues dramatically exceeded what was predicted in 2017 about what the effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would be. Now, revenues, as I mentioned, you look at this chart again, on average about 17% as a percentage of our economy. Unfortunately, spending as a percentage of our economy, which as recently as a decade ago was about 20%, is now over 23%, and growing to 24 to 25%. And part of that is all the new spending that was associated with things like, for example, the IRA. So the inflation, so-called Inflation Reduction Act, there were some provisions in there, some energy provisions, for example, that at the time were scored to cost about a little over $200 billion. Today, they're actually over $1 trillion, so CBO missed that one by about 400%. And as I said earlier, the Council of Economic Advisors projects a $4.1 trillion increase in revenue from extending the 2017 law. So could it be that the run-up in deficits happened because of the last two Democrat reconciliation bills? Or perhaps some other things that they have done along the way, like the $250 billion in SNAP increase, almost, as I said, without any approval from Congress, something that my colleagues on the other side have talked about, how this executive branch has, ignored the will of Congress. Well, that was a $250 billion increase without approval from Congress. Then you had the student loan forgiveness program, and as you recall, student loans, that program was used as a pay-for back in a reconciliation bill the Democrats did back in 2010. And when they did that, many of us predicted that they would go ahead and use it to forgive student loans. So student loan now forgiveness, which is subject to court action, resulted in several $100 billion of additional spending not approved by the Congress, but that particular move got no pushback from anybody on this side of the aisle, not a peep. Hundreds of billions of dollars of spending by use of executive power. And what I've concluded from all this is that my colleagues on the other side talk a lot about misuse or abuse, if you will, of executive power, but that's not the issue. It's how the executive power is used. And if it's used in a way that you agree with, which it was in both of those examples I just mentioned, then you're fine with use of executive power. Like I said, didn't hear a peep from people over here when that was done. Now, my colleagues, both Senator Graham and Senator Crapo, talked about the use of a current policy baseline. So in 2012, the Obama White House came up with something called the alternative fiscal scenario when it came time to extend the Bush tax cuts. And that was about a $4 trillion use of the alternative fiscal scenario. Translation, current policy baseline. There are 18 Democrats still here in the Senate today who voted for that, for use of that baseline. And Mr. President, I would simply say that when it comes to extending tax relief, there's always a reluctance by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. When it comes to new spending, they embrace that idea. We have a different view. We have different views of government. And the use of reconciliation, which is what this is about, the budget resolution opens the door to reconciliation, is in many respects a great example of the contrast in how we view this. The Democrats view reconciliation as a way to grow government, increase spending, new programs. The ARPA bill was about $2 trillion in spending. The IRA was about $1 trillion in spending. Both were used by the Democrats through a budget resolution and reconciliation to increase spending. Republicans, a lot of times, and we did in 2017, used it to reduce taxes and to reform the tax code, which was desperately needed. But as a consequence of that, as I said, we got not less revenue but more, $1.5 trillion more than was predicted at the time. And on the other side of the equation, when it comes to spending, the estimators, the so-called referees, tend to underestimate how much things are going to cost. Example, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. But the bottom line in all this, Madam President, is that we need to address a lot of concerns in this country, many of which are dealt with in this budget reconciliation or this budget resolution and ultimately the budget reconciliation bill. But one of the most important ones is this number right here. The deficits that continue to grow over time as a result not of too little revenue, which continues to increase over time, but of dramatically increased spending. That's the issue. And my colleagues here on this side of the aisle believe that you get at that by bending the curve down on the spending side, and on the tax, regulatory, energy side, pro-growth policies, particularly making permanent the tax policy that was passed in 2017, that will unleash investment in America and which will lead ultimately not only to better paying jobs, lower unemployment, hopefully a narrowing of the income disparity that we have in this country, but also, interestingly enough, higher government revenues. That's what this is all about, whether you want to vote for extending the tax policy and avoiding a $4 trillion tax increase, or whether you want to vote in favor of this resolution and make sure that the 2017 tax policy that was passed is extended permanently and that it unleashes the American economy in a way that will continue not only to create those better paying jobs, but also make this deficit picture look a lot smaller by comparison, coupled with significant reductions in spending. That's what we got to do. That's what this is about. And I hope that our colleagues, all of our colleagues on this side of the aisle, will vote yes tonight. We're going to have a number of amendment votes, which always happens during a budget resolution, Vote-A-Rama, and we look forward to getting that process underway. So let's let the voting begin. Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I would now ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be in order. That the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Number 1, Sullivan, number 2035. Number 2, Merkley, number 1758. Number 3, Reed, number 1645. Number 4, Lujan, number 1726. Number 5, Warner, number 1310. Number 6, also Brooks, number 1466. Number 7, Kelly by voice, number 1737. Number 8, Murphy by voice, number 1977.
Hold 1 second. Eliminate the by voice part. Just reword it and don't say the voice part.
Number 7, number 1737, Kelly. Number 8, number 1977, Murphy. Number 9, number 1773, King. Number 10, number 1647, Warren. Number 11, number 1884, Schumer. Number 12, number 1774, Padilla. Number 13, number 1646, Bennett. And number 14, number 1760, Paul.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield time on the budget resolution.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 2035 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Alaska, Mr. Sullivan, proposes an amendment number 2035 to amendment number 1717.
Madam President, my amendment says we're going to strengthen Medicaid and Medicare so that they're available for years to come because these are important programs. They are certainly important programs to the Alaskans I represent. Now, Madam President, this is the exact same amendment I offered in February. Nearly every Republican voted for it, but not one Democrat. My colleague and friend from Oregon, who's on the floor here, said my amendment back then was a ruse to kick people off the program. But to my colleague and friend from Oregon, if that's true, here's my question. Why did he vote for the exact same amendment in 2017? That's right, Madam President, 24 Democrats who voted against my amendment 2 months ago voted for the same amendment in 2017. I ask unanimous consent that their names be submitted for the record.
Without objection.
Talk about a ruse. This is the worst kind of partisanship, using people's health care to fearmonger. We should all want to weed out waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid and Medicare, and we must keep these programs going. We should do both. I ask my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and all my colleagues who voted for this amendment in 2017 should simply vote for it again.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, Senator Sullivan is out here saying that he is for protecting vulnerable people, but by not defining the vulnerable, the Sullivan Amendment is code for states to cut benefits or kick people off their coverage altogether. And to me, the Sullivan Amendment basically says is if somebody thinks you're not poor enough, you're not sick enough, or you're not disabled enough, we're not going to be there for you. And here's the difference between now and 2017. We learned during the pandemic how important expanded Medicaid is to vulnerable people. And this language that my colleague from Alaska is offering doesn't protect vulnerable people. So I urge my colleagues strongly to oppose it.
The question is on the amendment. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. I did. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Marino, Murkowski, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Thune. I said his name. Mr. Marshall, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, and Wyden. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Oh. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. There we go. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President.
The majority leader.
Madam President, I would ask that moving forward,
the committee will come to order.
The duration of this bunch of votes be 10 minutes in duration.
Without objection.
We can start voting quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Call up my amendment 1758 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 1758 to amendment numbered 1717.
Colleagues, my good friend from South Carolina compared this bill to balancing the family budget. Well, back in my neighborhood, balancing the budget means you only spend what you earn. It doesn't mean borrowing, and it doesn't mean borrowing $37 trillion and sticking it to the next generation. If you agree that we should work towards balancing our budget, then vote for my amendment. It creates a point of order against any reconciliation bill that by itself would create more debt on America, on the next generation, than all the debt our nation has run up between July 4th, 1776, and today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
To my good friend from Oregon, you never put a point of order in your own resolution, and we're not going to do it either. If you're really serious about trying to control spending, you need to start controlling spending.
Order in the chamber, please.
Okay.
Senator, proceed.
So there are two things we're trying to do here. Set in motion controlling spending by looking at the budget with the eye to reducing spending. We're trying to make the tax cuts permanent because every time we cut taxes, revenue goes up, we just spend too much. So we got a novel idea. We're going to increase revenue by cutting your taxes. We're going to control spending, and that's why they don't like this, because they don't like doing either one of those.
Madam President,
Senator from
what
Oregon.
we don't like is $37 trillion in new debt foisted onto the next generation. This is throwing fiscal responsibility overboard to the bottom of the sea. We've never had a more fiscally irresponsible bill on the floor of the Senate than this one.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen,
Are you offering any amendments? Can I mark you off my list? I don't know. I hope not.
Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren.
I know you're dead.
Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Cantwell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
My amendment number 1645, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes an amendment numbered 1645 to amendment numbered 1717.
Mr. President, this amendment is co-sponsored by Senator King and 18 of my colleagues. Our amendment would simply prevent any cuts in health care coverage for Medicaid beneficiaries, something we should be able to agree on, I hope. We all have talked about the need to protect Medicaid. Now we have to stand up and do that. This vote is an opportunity to put our money and our votes where our words are. And the question is, will you protect the nearly 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid? Or you vote for tax giveaways for the wealthiest at the expense of everyone else? I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator suspend, can I ask for order on the floor, please? Senator from Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to see a lot of this tonight, but this is what I call the politics of fear. The argument is going to be made that we're going to hurt all kinds of different people tonight in all kinds of different ways, but the reality is that's not going to happen. The President has been clear. Any reforms to Medicare or Medicaid must not reduce patient benefits. In fact, Section 3003 of this budget resolution reaffirms that commitment. The budget resolution gives the Senate maximum flexibility to meet this goal, and there is no need for this amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Boozman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, thank you, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, what? Okay, hold on a second. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Moran. Senators voting in the negative. I have you. Thank you. Mr. Schatz, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Young, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1726 and ask that it be reported by number.
If we can have order, please. The clerk will report.
The senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, proposes an amendment numbered 1726 to amendment numbered 1717.
For the order of the Senate, please take your conversations off the floor, and I now recognize the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, the last time we voted on the budget resolution, I introduced an amendment to prevent $1 billion in cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. My Republican colleagues said that $1 billion in cuts wouldn't take benefits away from our constituents and that they were targeting, quote, inefficiencies. Well, this time around, Republicans are attempting to pass legislation that would cut $230 billion from SNAP. I'm willing to work with all of my Republican colleagues to make SNAP more efficient, but what you're doing is completely gutting the program, probably trying to eliminate it. 41.2 million Americans rely on SNAP to put food on their family's table. 40% of SNAP recipients are children. And the fact that it is impossible to cut SNAP...
Senator, can we please have order on the floor? Continue, please.
Mr. President, they don't want to listen because they're trying to get rid of the darn program. It's not a surprise. They want to eliminate SNAP. $230 billion completely devastates it. It's not about the inefficiencies that they claim. This is going to hurt our constituents. And Mr. President, I have hundreds of thousands of constituents in every one of your states that are going to get hurt. This is not right, Mr. President.
I now recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to Amendment 1726. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague from New Mexico regarding the challenges facing Americans in rural areas and those in need of nutrition assistance. However, this amendment indicates there's not a single dollar to be saved from waste, fraud, or abuse in the programs within the Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction. It is possible to identify common sense savings within the Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction while ensuring our federal nutrition programs and farm programs are well targeted and continue to be responsive to those who need them. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
The senator has no time left. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Could have happened.
Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins.
30 hours for consideration. That means everything. It means amendments. When 30 hours is done,
Mr. Coons.
we don't vote on it.
Mr. Cornyn.
This statute says
Ms. Cortez Masto.
debate, which means when
Mr. Cotton.
you can still offer amendments, you're just not allowed to have debate.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
There's no
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno.
No.
This thing where we just debate and then start the vote, we wouldn't have done that. That's a relatively new.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
No, we've done Vote-A-Ramas, but we've also done
Mr. Reed.
while we're in the middle.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch.
No, you guys didn't offer any.
Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders.
We just debate for a few hours and then we
Mr. Schatz.
instead of doing a first degree and a second degree and dividing the time and doing, we don't do that anymore.
Mr. Shipp. Mr. Schmidt.
No, it was amended because we have an exception to the
Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen.
so if you change a level here,
Mr. Sheehy.
true with reconciliation, then you need to go back and change the function number. So we would do those. They would be here changing. How do you
Ms.
do
Slotkin. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Cortez Masto, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Marshall, No. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt? No. Tony? Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Johnson? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Mullen? No. Mr. Schatz? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell? No. Mrs. Fisher? Mrs. Fisher? No. Mrs. Brett? Mrs. Brett? No.
For this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Virginia.
I call up my amendment number 1310 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner, proposes an amendment number 1310 to amendment number 1717.
Colleagues, in a good faith effort to try to move the evening along, I have such a no-brainer amendment that it should pass by voice. We all know we care about national security in this chamber. My amendment simply says, let's not send classified information over non-secure commercial applications. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Colleagues, there are a lot of problems in the world: male pattern baldness, lactose intolerance, flat feet. There's a time and a place to address those problems, but it's not tonight and it's not on this bill. Just like it's not the time or place to address Signal either. I know the Democrats are angry about how the Trump administration talked about killing terrorists in Yemen. I think we should be angry at how the Biden administration refused to kill terrorists in Yemen. And that's especially true since Avril Haines and other Biden administration officials use Signal to discuss sensitive matters. So I suggest we simply commend the President for taking long overdue action in Yemen while we keep our eyes tonight on the problems we can solve by cutting taxes, securing our border, unleashing American energy, and rebuilding our military. That's what it will take to keep America safe and prosperous, not debating extraneous issues better left for another time. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and to pass this budget.
Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
38 seconds.
Mr. President and colleagues, let's not obfuscate. We all know that if any line military officer or any line CA officer had treated so carelessly this classified information, they would be fired immediately. Now, we can punt on this, or we can send a message to the men and women of the intelligence community who frankly need a little bucking up after the NSA director got fired today, and the men and women of the military that we respect classified information and keep it valuably secret. Vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The question occurs on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
No.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Maryland.
I call up my amendment 1466 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Maryland, Ms. Alsobrooks, proposes amendment number 1466 to amendment number 1717.
For months, the president is engaged in a callous witch hunt against federal workers, many of whom are Marylanders. And now this administration has begun attacking the very unions that represent these civil servants. The president's latest executive order guts the ability of federal workers across the government to collectively bargain. And it's just the latest attempt by this administration to skirt the law, strip protections for workers, and drastically cut the federal workforce that keeps Americans safe and healthy. I predicted that this would happen when the Secretary of Labor and her deputy came before the Help Committee. I was asking pointedly whether they would honor legally binding federal collective bargaining agreements, and both said they had to check with some people and could not say. This administration clearly does not have even a basic understanding of the legally binding nature of collective bargaining agreements, and at their core, like so many others in this administration, they simply do not respect the law. That's why we cannot let this stand, and my amendment would prevent the president from improperly using the national security exemption as a means to carve away workforce protections from federal workers. I'm grateful to the many colleagues that have co-sponsored this amendment, and we will not stop fighting for our federal workers and their workforce protections.
I recognize the senator from Kentucky.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. President Trump wants the national security workforce to work for our security instead of any other agenda. Federal employees already enjoy more benefits and protections than the private sector. They don't need the ability to hold national security hostage to the union agenda. In February, we learned that over 100 intelligence officers were using an official chat room to discuss obscene, pornographic, and sexually explicit topics. Tulsi Gabbard rightly fired them. If they were in a union, she would not have been able to. For the security of our nation, support President Trump's reforms and oppose this amendment.
The question occurs on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
I'm sorry, Mark.
Mr. Bennett.
Or Chi-Chi, or whatever you guys call each other.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal.
Yeah. Did it sound like you called the police now?
No, exactly. You guys don't have this much fun with Curtis, just saying.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
You got John on that one.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito.
Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
No.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Budd, no.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1737 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Arizona, Mr. Kelly, proposes amendment number 1737 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
This budget, Republicans wrote, would hand out massive tax cuts to the richest Americans and biggest corporations, paid for by blowing up our national debt and slashing programs that help working families, like cutting health care. Working families are struggling to make ends meet and get ahead. And the American people don't believe that any multimillionaire or billionaire or big corporation need another tax handout. It's pretty simple. So before this budget to give the wealthiest more tax breaks moves forward, I think the American people deserve a debate about who in this country is so rich that they don't need this massive tax cut. So here's my proposal to start. Mr. President, can we agree that no one making more than $100 million
Senator's time's
per
expired.
year should have lower taxes? These folks could pay a little more, and they're still going to be rich. Do they really need a tax cut? I don't think so. Vote yes if you agree.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the Democrats claim the Republicans are gearing up for a so-called class war and that extending the 2017 tax cuts is a handout for the wealthy. We've heard this so many times. It's no more true now than it has been the last umpteen times. The Trump tax cuts reduced taxes for an overwhelming majority of Americans, and middle-class households received the largest proportional benefits of the cuts. Those tax cuts also made our tax code more progressive. The highest income earners paid a greater share of taxes than they did before 2017. On top of lower tax rates across the board, those tax cuts provided targeted middle-class tax relief by doubling both the standard deduction and the child tax credit. If those cuts expire this year, the middle-class families will be hit the hardest. The average family of four making $80,000 will see their taxes increase by $1,700. In fact, more than $2.6 trillion of the tax hike, which would result from failing to extend these cuts, would fall on households making less than $400,000, and primarily the lower and middle income families. While Democrats attempt to distract these claims by saying there's tax cuts for the wealthy, Republicans remain focused on preventing tax hikes on working families and investing in American jobs. I encourage a no vote.
Hear, hear.
And I'd be glad to voice vote if we were to agree on that.
The question's on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I call my amendment number 1977 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, proposes an amendment number 1977 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, so we've learned the Republicans think that it's essential to blow up the deficit and debt in order to allow people making $100 million a year to get a tax cut. But what about $500 million? Do you think it's fair to kick millions of people off their health care? That's what your Medicaid cuts are going to do, so that you can give a tax cut to somebody who makes $500 million. Just a little perspective. If you make $500 million, you have just enough to afford the essentials. A 6-bedroom house, 3 vacation homes, 5 luxury cars, a yacht with a full staff, and good news, you have just a little bit left over $499 million a year. It is immoral to kick people off of their health care in order to give a handout to somebody who has that kind of wealth. And this amendment gives Republicans a chance to do the right thing. No blowing a giant hole in our budget, no more massive debt in order to help people who are making $500 million a year.
The gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. President, I could just say last time, but I want to give a few more statistics. Just last year, the Joint Committee on Taxation reported that the top 0.01% of taxpayers paid an average of federal income tax rate of 30.6% in 2019, compared to 5.3% for those in the 50th and 90th percentiles, and a negative 2.2% for those in the bottom 50%. And it's indisputable that most of the federal tax burden is paid by high earners. The top 10% of filers paid 72% of federal income taxes. The top 1% paid more in federal income taxes than the bottom 90% combined. In addition, the voluntary tax compliance remains high. In other words, as I said before, the Trump tax cuts made the tax code more progressive, not less. The American people deserve more than empty platitudes about billionaires and tax hikes proposals that even a complete Democrat Congress could not pass under President Biden. I urge a no vote.
The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1773 and ask that it be reported by number.
We have order, please. The clerk will report the amendment.
The senator from Maine, Mr. King, proposes an amendment numbered 1773 to amendment numbered 1717.
I think I would title this amendment, Are There No Limits Amendment. My amendment is that there shall be no tax cuts for anyone earning, an individual earning more than $1 billion a year. There are 170 people that fit into that category in this country. That's 6,000 times the income of the average American family. The question that the senator from Idaho is discussing about how these tax programs work, we can discuss and debate that. But the question is, do people that make $1 billion a year need a tax cut? If you believe that people that make $1 billion a year deserve and need a tax cut, signify by voting no.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I think it's pretty clear that no matter what the taxes are on the upper income brackets, it would be claimed they aren't high enough. But let me just give a few more statistics. Most of the federal tax burden is paid by high earners. Indeed, the top 1% of taxpayers pay more federal income taxes than the bottom 90% combined. The tax cuts that we are talking about made the code more progressive, as I've said, and the highest income earners pay a greater share of taxes than they did before 2017. Federal tax collections have been near all-time highs since the Trump tax were enacted, and the voluntary compliance rate remains high and stable. Higher taxes serve as disincentives to work and save and invest. The American people deserve better. We're committed to helping all hardworking taxpayers get ahead, and I'll work with anybody who's ready to focus on helping protect our families in America. I urge no vote.
Mr. Chairman, do I have time left?
The senator has 10 seconds remaining.
Nobody's talking about raising the rates. The only question before us on this amendment is, should the rates be cut for people making more than $1 billion a year? I urge a yes vote and will accept a voice vote.
All the time has expired. The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1647 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Massachusetts proposes an amendment numbered 1647 to amendment numbered 1717.
Trump and the Republicans can tell lies about what they're doing, but votes don't lie. Republicans just voted to say that there is no billionaire rich enough that they don't need a new tax break. So what about giant corporations? The year after Trump's last tax giveaway, Amazon paid $0 in taxes. The typical Boston public school teacher paid about $10,000. Can we agree that no billionaire corporation like Amazon, Tesla, or Exxon that makes over $1 billion a year in profits should get another tax handout? Yes or no? I yield and reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. President, again, my colleagues continue to argue that our now wealthy companies are showered with an ever-increasing tax break and need to pay their fair share. I would point out that the TCJA that we're talking about in this legislation doesn't even touch the tax rates either way with regard to corporations. But leaving that aside, before these tax cuts back in 2017, the U.S. had a 35% corporate tax rate, one of the highest in the world. Companies were fleeing America to do their capital formation in different parts of the world. After we did what everyone in those days agreed was an important reform of our business tax system, we had an end to corporate inversions, and capital started flowing back into the United States with the investment from companies around the world. And we saw the greatest and strongest economy that we've seen in our lifetimes develop with the growth in jobs, wages, benefits, and reduction in unemployment, and the average wealth of the average family in America reached all-time highs.
Mr. President,
The senator from Massachusetts.
Amazon paid nothing. A Boston public school teacher paid $10,000 after those tax cuts. I'll take that as a no. I'm ready for a vote, and I'll accept a voice vote.
The questions on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. President.
The senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be in order that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Number 1, number 2186, Ossa. Number 2, number 2107, Hickenlooper. Number 3, number 1441, Booker. Number 4, number 2180, Hirono. Number 5, number 1644, Kim. And number 6, number 2126, Sanders.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
I call up my amendment 1884, ask that it reported by name, by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 1884 to amendment numbered 1717.
Mr. President, President Trump's tariff tax is one of the dumbest things he's ever done as president, and that's saying something. Markets are plummeting. $6 trillion in values gone. The odds of a recession, J.P. Morgan says 60%. The dumbest, most avoidable recession in American history. But the Trump recession is headed our way, and Donald Trump, meanwhile, is golfing. The families are panicking. Their costs for food and drugs and clothing and cars and gas, $5,000. So my amendment would stop President Trump's tariffs from crushing families financially. It would rescind any tariffs put in place after January 20th that have increased the cost of groceries, medicines, and everyday goods, and it would leave in place tariffs on adversaries like China, Russia, and North Korea. On behalf of Ms. Klobuchar and myself, we're for this. And one other thing, how stupid they are the way they did it. The tariffs Trump tax penguins, but not Putin. Yes, the Heard and McDonnell Islands, which only have penguins on them, are taxed. Russia is not. This is the worst tariff imposition we have ever seen. It's going to create a recession. If you vote for it, It's going to be on your hands.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I guess I have to say this legislation doesn't deal with tariffs, but I'm interested in the fact that the minority leader wants to turn the discussion to tariffs because they don't like the way the discussion on taxes is going. Some would want to distract us from these important issues that we're dealing with and try to shift this decision. But most importantly, none of President Trump's tariffs rely on any authorities made from either this or prior reconciliation bill, nor are they contingent on anything happening in the one we're considering. It also bears noting that any enforcement effort to open foreign markets for our farmers, workers, and businesses is backed by tariffs. What President Trump has said is that the existing tariff efforts to open markets for our Americans are not moving fast enough, and he's seeking to create opportunities. Under President Biden, there was literally no enforcement, in fact, no negotiations to open trade across this globe. We can and should have a debate about how we should engage in effective trade, but that's not this bill. I encourage a no vote.
President,
questions on the amendment?
Do I have any time remaining?
The senator times has expired.
A yes vote means a recession, folks.
The questions on the motion's on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Locken. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cassidy, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the nays are 53. This amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1774 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Padilla, proposes an amendment numbered 1774 to amendment numbered 1717.
Order, please, Mr. President.
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment would simply reaffirm the importance of FEMA and express support for its continued role in providing nonpartisan, long-term disaster relief to all impacted communities. We've seen in recent years, whether it's wildfires in the West, ice storms in Texas, tornadoes in the Midwest, or hurricanes in the Southeast, Mother Nature does not distinguish between red states and blue states, and neither should our disaster response and recovery efforts. And I know that many of my Republican colleagues represent states that simply don't have the resources necessary to properly prepare for and respond to major disasters without the assistance of FEMA. So we must work together to protect it. This amendment should unite all of us, and I urge all of us to support it.
Mr. President?
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, this amendment asks us to believe a lie. And the lie is that FEMA provides nonpartisan disaster relief. Until a few months ago, many of us hoped and expected that that would be the case. Alas, it was not. During a contentious election cycle, and in the wake of catastrophic damage by hurricanes and amidst lawfare galore, FEMA officials directed its relief workers to avoid giving aid to Florida homes displaying Trump signs. One FEMA official, speaking on condition of remaining anonymous, said that it is a long-standing practice and an open secret to avoid white or conservative-dominated areas. Several FEMA officials have been fired as the investigation is ongoing, and my counterpart from Florida, Representative Stubbe, has reported 35 credible claims of widespread discrimination against conservatives. This kind of behavior is reprehensible, and it's un-American. Look, the amendment is a clear attempt to paper over this egregious malpractice of a rogue and unaccountable agency. President Trump was right when he said FEMA should not have the central role of providing disaster relief. FEMA needs to get out of the way and let states handle disaster recovery. We're not going to paper over it. Not now, not ever.
Gentleman, time has expired. Thank you. The questions on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. You mean him? I did. Okay. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, thank you, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Aye. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. No. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Not you. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Britt, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and this amendment is not agreed to. Edo, can we have order, please? Senate will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call up my amendment number 1646 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, proposes an amendment numbered 1646 to amendment numbered 1717.
Thank you, Mr. President. With Russia rejecting President Trump's proposed 30-day ceasefire and continuing to attack Ukraine, and with the administration briefly pausing military and intelligence assistance to Ukraine last month, the Senate must send an unequivocal message. The Ukrainian people did not ask for this war. They did not invite this war. They have fought with everything they have, and with the American people's support, they've suffered 400,000 casualties and caused more Russian casualties than in all the wars that Russia has had since World War II. Those of us serving in this chamber have a duty to the American people to demand moral and strategic clarity by making clear that any steps by this administration to cut off military and security assistance to Ukraine is unacceptable. This is a simple question. It is not a partisan one, and the answer is clear. This fight is not just for Ukraine, it is for democracy, it is for freedom. I urge my colleagues to stand with the Ukrainian people and vote yes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. We certainly need a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. We're closer and closer to having an agreement between President Trump and President Zelensky about a ceasefire, and it's quite obvious that President Putin is not at all interested in peace. But this budget resolution is about $150 billion of investment in our military for shipbuilding, missile defense, munitions, innovation, and taking care of our troops and more. Passage of this amendment will make it harder to pass the budget. And for that reason, I hope we will reject the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassett. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Rakowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and this amendment is not agreed to. Okay.
Mr. President,
The senator from Kentucky.
can we have order?
Order in the chamber, please.
This budget resolution proposes to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion.
Senator wish to call up his amendment.
Yes, the senator wishes to call up his amendment.
That's good. The clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes amendment number 1760 to amendment number 1717.
The senator from Kentucky.
This budget resolution proposes to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. There's nothing conservative, absolutely nothing conservative about adding $5 trillion in debt. This $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling will be the largest increase ever in the U.S. debt ceiling in one moment. It is reckless and irresponsible. President Trump and DOGE are aggressively finding things to cut, but the big spenders in Congress don't want to make these cuts permanent. If we kick the debt deadline 2 years down the road, the cuts likely will never happen. I propose that we cap the debt limit so that we take 3 months to ensure that the cuts are real, then address the debt limit alongside the new cuts. I ask for a yes vote on my amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I rise to oppose the amendment. I support the Senate Republican budget resolution. Senate budget resolution extends the debt limit into 2027. The American people want to cut reckless Washington spending. They want their government to be more effective and more efficient. That's what our Senate Republican budget resolution delivers. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. I got you. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. I got Durbin. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, thank you. Got you. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, somebody told me no. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative, Paul and Sanders. Senators voting in the negative, also Brooks, Baldwin, Barrasso, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Britt, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Kim, King, Lankford, Lujan, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Merkley, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Slotkin, Smith, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Banks, no. Bennett, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye.
Agreed to. Thank you. Order in the chamber, please. Order.
Mr. President,
the senator from Georgia.
I call up my amendment 2186 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia, Mr. Ossoff, proposes an amendment number 2186 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President, this amendment will reverse Elon Musk's cuts to the Social Security Administration. And before it is denied this is happening today, yet another mass firing was reported when service quality is already in a tailspin. Phone services are being terminated. Offices are being closed. Seniors are waiting on hold for hours. Office managers manning the phones because receptionists are fired. The website crashing repeatedly under strain. Mr. Musk calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme, but refuses to testify before Congress. I know he's rich and powerful, but where are the subpoenas? American seniors deserve transparency. Now, Secretary Lutnick said his mother-in-law wouldn't complain if she missed a Social Security check.
Order in the chamber, please.
Maybe that's because her son-in-law is a billionaire. But Georgia seniors don't have that luxury. Support this amendment. Stand with America's seniors over the richest man in the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, first of all, I think everybody knows that the reconciliation bill cannot deal with adjustments to the Social Security Trust Fund. As to efforts to try to deal with the management of the Social Security Administration, I recommend that what we do is to confirm the president's nominee to run the Social Security Administration, who stated to our committee in his hearing that he was going to be focused on making sure that the Social Security worked efficiently and effectively so that it delivered the proper benefits to all beneficiaries. That's what we ought to do, is to expeditiously move President Trump's nominee to be the next administrator of the Social Security Administration.
The senator from Georgia.
How much time is remaining?
2 seconds.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Coons, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. I didn't see the vote. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50, and this vote is not agreed to. Whew.
Well, does he tell us? Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, in the West and across America, national parks and public lands...
Does the senator want to call up his amendment?
Oh, that's right. I was distracted. I call up my amendment number 2107 and ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Hickenlooper, for himself and others, proposes an amendment number 2107 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President, in the West and across America, national parks and public lands are our pride and joy. They're also a huge part of our economy. In Colorado, public lands power a $17 billion outdoor recreation economy, which employs more than 132,000 Coloradans. Recently, the Trump administration has taken aim at our national parks and other public lands. They've illegally fired thousands of people who were responsible for wildland mitigation, for habitat conservation, for outdoor recreation management, among other things. Some Republicans are adding fuel to the fire by pushing to sell off public lands to pay for these tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy. Their tax handouts for the wealthy are so large and so important that some are willing to plunder our public lands. So let's be clear, our public lands are not for sale. Senator Heinrich and I have introduced a simple amendment, a yes or no vote, to prevent this reckless fire sale of our campgrounds, our forests, our national treasures. How could one vote against that? I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, do not let the false hype from the sponsors fool you. All this amendment does is to stop stop the proceeds from any land sales from being used to pay down the deficit. It doesn't stop land sales. In fact, just last year, the author of this amendment passed a law to dispose of federal land in Colorado. If you're from a state like mine, where the federal government owns 2/3 of the land, it restricts our ability to do anything, everything, develop land, build houses, which we desperately need, even to fund our schools, our search and rescue, our police services. And all of a sudden, we're told that when land sales occur, as they routinely do, we cannot use that to pay down our $36 trillion debt. This is disgraceful. We must vote it down. I encourage my colleagues to vote emphatically no.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I would like to call up my amendment 1441 and ask unanimous consent to speak up for 25 hours.
Permission denied.
Okay, then I just ask it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker, proposes an amendment numbered 1441 to amendment numbered 1717.
Mr. President, farmers already deal with so much uncertainty from prices, weather, pests, more. They should not have to deal with the uncertainty that our government won't follow through on its contracts. Farmers applied to grant programs or awarded funding on their merits. They made legally binding agreements. As a result, they spent tens of thousands of dollars on projects in accordance with those agreements. But with little notice, President Trump stopped paying those contracts. No one is telling the farmers or even Congress here when or if this money will be released as legally required. It's really unacceptable. Farmers operate on tight margins and cannot be left waiting for weeks and months without the funding they rightfully plan for and need to keep operating. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this amendment to prohibit Trump's USDA from continuing to illegally withhold funding from our farmers.
The senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to amendment number 1441. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague from New Jersey. However, this amendment is not necessary.
The senator will suspend. The House will be. The chamber will be in order.
This amendment's not necessary. Secretary Rollins is conducting a thorough and timely review of USDA contracts. Upon the conclusion of those reviews, the Secretary has released funds for various programs for USDA. It is a standard practice for new administrations to come in, review contracts and obligations made by prior administrations. I have full confidence in Secretary Rollins to continue down this path. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Jersey.
The kindness and generosity of my colleague there, instead of ask for a recorded vote, can I ask for the yeas and nays for a voice vote? No, I can't do that? Ask for the yeas and nays then? I was trying to make it easier on everybody. I was asking for a voice note. I was asking for a voice vote.
The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All in favor say no.
No. The ayes have it? No?
The noes appear to have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Okay.
Hey.
Mr. President?
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2180 and request that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Hawaii, Mr. Rono, proposes an amendment number 2180 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President, Social Security is essential to millions of Americans, including nearly 300,000 in Hawaii. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk see Social Security as nothing more than a Ponzi scheme. They've already cut Social Security staff, and now they want to close field offices that people rely on, all in their continuing attacks to cripple government services, and all to fund massive tax cuts for billionaires. We're told that we should expeditiously confirm President Trump's nominee to be Social Security Administrator. Why? so that we confirm another yes person to do President Trump's bidding to destroy government services? That is not what we should be doing. My amendment would prevent any reduction in services for Social Security beneficiaries, including through the closure of regional and field offices and the reduction of regional personnel, field office personnel. When people need help with their Social Security, which they paid for, they should get it. If my Republican colleagues care about Social Security, this is their chance to vote aye. Let's be clear.
The senator's
Vote
time has
against
expired.
This amendment is a vote to screw the most vulnerable people in our country. Yield back. I ask for yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, can we have order? Mr. President, with respect, this amendment is all Henry and no Kissinger. It is exquisitely dumb. Even a cursory examination of the statutory authority shows that this body does not have the authority to address the Social Security Trust Fund in reconciliation. Even a cursory examination of the media reports will show that Republicans do not support cutting Social Security. If my colleagues are concerned about the way Social Security is being run, as we all are, they should support the president's nominee to run Social Security. All this amendment will do is add ambiguity to this resolution. If you're foolish enough to vote for it, you'll never own your own home.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin,
Holly, no.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, gotcha, sir. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy,
I might.
Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Mullen, no.
The yeas are 48, the nays are 51. The amendment is not agreed to. The majority leader.
Consent that the following amendments be in order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. First amendment is number 1690, Cortez Masto. Number 2 is number 1693, Baldwin. Number 3 is number 1661, Welch. Number 4 is number 1529, Markey.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1644 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, proposes an amendment numbered 1644 to amendment numbered 1717.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of the millions of Americans who rely on Medicaid for their caregivers, and in support of those caregivers in whose arms we entrust those we love the most. This morning, I needed to rush up to my father as he took a bad fall. His leg, muscles atrophied by polio, won't heal, and it must be immobilized fully. My father has no capacity to be able to dress himself, no ability to care for himself. And I had a long and emotional conversation with his caregiver about caring for and tending to his wounds and about his limitations. I'll be honest with you, it's hard leaving aside to drive straight here to the Capitol tonight for votes that could very well determine if aging seniors like my father will get the care that they need. My amendment will ensure that caregivers are protected from efforts to gut and cut Medicaid. I can only be here voting today because a caregiver is there looking after my father right now. These caregivers deserve someone looking after them. We cannot abandon those who give so much to care for those that we love. Let's pass this amendment and protect caregivers from these dangerous cuts. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, please read Section 3003 of the budget resolution. It says, bigger than Dallas, that the Republicans have no intention of cutting Medicare or Medicaid benefits. This is a bad amendment. Please vote against it.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy.
No.
Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Can we have order, Mr. President?
The Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations to the cloakroom. The senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2126 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, proposes an amendment number 2126 to amendment number 1717.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment is simple and straightforward. Millions of Americans today are working for starvation wages. What this amendment does is raise the federal minimum wage from an embarrassingly low $7.25 an hour to a living wage of $17 an hour over a period of 5 years. In other words, 5 years from now, everybody in America would make at least $17 an hour. That is not a radical idea. Mr. President, quite unbelievably, the average American worker today makes $42 a week less than he or she did 52 years ago. Almost all of the new wealth that has been created has gone to the top 1%, a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the people on top. It has been 16 years since the federal minimum wage has been raised.
The senator's time has expired.
Now is the time to address the crises facing working Americans. I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, this is a one-size-fits-all inflationary amendment. Increasing a wage by more than 230%, even over 5 years, will destroy jobs. impacting rural areas and low-margin small businesses that cannot afford such an increase. A law mandating a higher minimum wage doesn't mean much to a worker who loses his or her job because of this. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
The question occurs on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn,
Did you get Barrasso? Did you get...
Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Mr. Crapo,
RJ, Ron John.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Highsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, I got you. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Highsmith, no.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1690 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Nevada, Ms. Cortez Masto, proposes an amendment numbered 1690 to amendment numbered 1770.
Mr. President, amendment number 1690 ensures that if Republicans want to lower taxes on the ultra-wealthy, they can't pay for it by raising drug prices on seniors and people with disabilities.
The senator will suspend. Please take your conversations off the floor.
Seniors have been demanding lower drug costs, and Democrats delivered with the Inflation Reduction Act. By empowering Medicare to negotiate drug prices, the law cuts Medicare prescription costs and saves taxpayers billions. It also, for the first time, caps annual out-of-pocket costs for seniors with a Medicare drug plan, limits insulin to $35 a month, and expands access to free vaccines. You'd think that President Trump, who promised to lower prices for Americans, would want to protect the work we've done in the IRA.
The senator will suspend. Please take your conversations off the floor.
But Big Pharma right now is pushing to weaken Democrats' prescription drug law in this reconciliation bill. And Republicans and President Trump are helping them do it. Making America's seniors and people with disabilities foot the bill for bigger tax breaks for billionaires like Elon Musk is just wrong, and it's cruel. I hope my colleagues will agree and support this amendment.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Creation of such a point of order is outside the jurisdiction of the Budget Committee, is therefore not appropriate for inclusion in a budget resolution. Adopting this amendment would jeopardize the privilege of the budget resolution. Now, we all agree that drug prices remain too high for many patients, and that's why Republicans and Democrats have come together in committee to reform how PBMs work. So let's bring those bills to the floor and save some patients some real money. But this amendment risks our ability to prevent a $4 trillion tax increase on hardworking Americans and small businesses. I raise a point of order against this amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. I did. Ms. Duckworth. Gotcha. I got you. Schmidt. Rich. Thank you. Thank you. Oops. Mr. Barrasso. Yeah. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Boozman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Thanks. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy.
Mr. Cassidy is a no.
Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. 305B2. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got you. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kennedy. Gotcha. Mr. Kim. Thank you. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Not yet. Thank you. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, and Welch. I got you too. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Justice? No. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kane, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to, the point of order is sustained, and the amendment fails.
President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1693 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk shall report.
The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin, proposes an amendment number 1693 to amendment number 1717.
Mr. President, my amendment would prevent any cuts to...
Will members please take their conversations off the floor?
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is straightforward. It would prevent any cuts to Medicaid that could lead to rural hospital closures. When I travel around rural Wisconsin, the #1 challenge that I hear about is access to health care. We absolutely must make it easier to get health care for these folks, not take away their lifeline by cutting Medicaid. Make no mistake, these drastic cuts to Medicaid will force rural hospitals and clinics to close. That means no regular checkups for children, no prenatal care for expectant mothers, no timely emergency care after stroke or heart attack. The choice here is simple. Do you really believe that rural hospitals should close so that Donald Trump can give big corporations and the wealthiest a tax break? I certainly don't, but that is what this budget from Senate Republicans is setting us up for. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to protect access to health care for all rural Americans.
Senator's time expired.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, we have the politics of threatening that some dire consequence is going to occur as a result of this legislation or as these instructions in this resolution. Once again, President Trump has been clear. Any reforms to Medicare or Medicaid must not reduce patient benefits. In fact, Section 3003 of the budget resolution reaffirms this commitment. The budget resolution gives the Senate maximum flexibility to meet this objective. This amendment is unnecessary, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, I do something. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,